Good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Praise ye the Lord. Praise, O ye servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing a devotional today entitled, "The Trap is About to Backfire." Whenever God begins to elevate and promote you, there will always be people who will be jealous of you and will seek to set a trap against you to block or hinder what God is doing in your life. I recall a story in the Bible where Daniel was promoted as the chief administrator over the Persian Empire because he had an excellent spirit. Of course, this promotion did not set well with his counterparts. As a result, they began searching for some fault in the way Daniel was handling his assignment, but they couldn't find anything or criticize him or even condemn him. So they said amongst themselves, "Let's set a trap for him by finding a fault against him with his relationship with his God." So they all got together and told the king to make a decree that anyone who prayed to their God over the next 30 days will be thrown in the lion's den. The king agreed, and the decree became a law that could not be revoked. Because of Daniel's unwavering commitment to God, he prayed and maintained a connection with his God despite the threats he was facing. As a result, he was thrown into the lion's den. But while in the lion's den, God shut the mouth of the lions because Daniel trusted him and lived a life above reproach. When the king came to see about Daniel and found out that he was not destroyed by the lions, he gave orders to arrest the men who had maliciously accused Daniel. He had them thrown into the lion's den, along with their wives and their children. The lions leaped on them and tore them apart, even before they hit the floor of the den. In conclusion, we can all learn from this story, if God be for us, who can be against us? The trap that was set for Daniel backfired and led to his accuser's demise. Psalms chapter 37, verse 12 and 13 said, "The wicked plot against the godly. They snarl at them in defiance, but the Lord just laughs, for he sees their day of judgment." I leave you with this final thought today. Remain focused on your assignment. Execute it with excellence. Keep your hands clean. Serve your God faithfully. And I can assure you, the trap they set for you will backfire on them. Selah. Think and act on these things. Bow your hearts with me and let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we praise and we adore your name. We thank you, Lord, for sparing our lives to see yet another day and for giving us health and strength. We thank you, Lord, for your protection from every trap that was set and is being set against us. We thank you, Lord, for not allowing our detractors and accusers to see their desires for our lives come to pass. For truly, if it had not been for you who was on our side, when men rose up against us, they would have swallowed us up quick when their wrath was kindled against us. Thank you, Lord, for being our refuge and strength and a very present help in the times of trouble. Help us, Almighty God, to remain focused on our assignment, to execute it with excellence, to keep our hands clean, and to serve you faithfully. Now, Father, we lift up these honorable members today. We pray that each of them would remain focused on doing the people's business. We pray that they will not be sidetracked by personal agendas or what's happening around them. Grant each of these honorable members the fortitude and the courage to withstand the fiery darts of Satan. We pray today, Lord, as they've assembled in this house today, that you would strengthen and guide each of them as they seek to conduct the affairs of our nation. These things we ask. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, honorable members. At the suspension, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Madam Speaker, before I move to my substantive contributions in closing this debate, I wish to just foreshadow that there are about 3 bills, and there'll be several movements, amendments to some of the bills that were laid. We intend to withdraw 3 bills, replace them. Well, 1 bill and 2 orders, and there will be some amendments to various bills that were laid to clean up some errors, some, what they call using the slip rule. And the leader of government business would have spoken to the leader of the opposition business about these matters, and may have provided him with some of the draft the bills already from last week, so that you would have had know what we are doing. The actual copies for the rest of the members will be coming soon, and they will be disseminated during the course of my contribution. And before we move to, once we have completed the heads and move to the bills, we will have them in time for those discussions moving and passing. Now, Madam Speaker, as we close the national budget debate for the 2023-2024, let me just say, we do this with confidence. Yeah. With confidence in the Bahamian people. Yeah. And optimism about the bright future we can build together. With confidence in the Bahamian people and optimism about the bright future we can build together. And when I say we, that includes the Bahamian people. The policies and investments in this budget reflect our conviction that in order to build enduring and inclusive progress, in order to build a better today and a better tomorrow for our people, we must grow stronger. National and economic and personal security are central to this budget because while we are optimists, Madam Speaker, we are also realists. In today's world, every nation must navigate increasingly complex and interconnected challenges. And that is especially so for a nation like ours, a nation on the front lines of a changing climate. Madam Speaker, economic and financial crises, invasions and armed conflicts, highly transmissible diseases, supply chain breakdowns, global inflationary pressures, these are problems that may begin in other countries, but none are contained in those countries. In other words, these challenges are not contained by national borders. Problems which originate elsewhere find their way to Bahamian shores, often sooner rather than later. A planet that is warming because of the carbon emissions of industrialized nations means more extreme weather events everywhere, including more frequent and more intense hurricanes in our region. Gun merchants who care only for profit sell the weapons that flow into our region. Social media platforms produce benefits, but also produce misinformation and lies, which spread quickly and increase cynicism, rage, and division. These are the facts. The policy choices that give rise to or perpetuate many of these problems are often made in national capitals and corporate headquarters thousands of miles from here. We cannot control the decisions made in other nations, but getting stronger as a country and as a people, that is something we can and we must do. We can take responsibility for our security and our future. No one is going to do it for us. No one should do it for us, Madam Speaker. Our country is finally on a more secure path to progress. Yes. We are asserting ourselves on the world stage, fighting for fair climate finance, leading the way to establish blue carbon credits, working for a more stable region, and promoting our nation as a first-class destination and investment partner. Yeah. We are investing in Bahamian agriculture because food security is critical to economic security. Yeah. We are investing in learning recovery and in our students and our teachers. Yeah. We are investing in our artists and our athletes. And we are investing in Bahamian entrepreneurs. Yeah. Because investing in our people and giving Bahamians the skills and resources to thrive in a 21st century economy is at the heart of economic security. We are investing in our defense force with new vessels, new recruits, new training opportunities, and strengthened partnerships. Because, Madam Speaker, national security requires border security. We are investing in a new National Youth Guard, providing young Bahamians not just training for future careers, but the opportunity to fortify our nation's emergency response efforts. As hurricanes grow more intense, strengthening our national capacity to protect our people and respond in a crisis is a key element of our national security. Yeah. We are investing in anti-crime and anti-violence initiatives, saturation patrols, and anti-gang resources in schools. We are investing in urban renewal, the Second Chance program, and in street lighting, neighborhood cleanups, and community centers, because all Bahamians deserve safety at home, at school, and in our communities. We are investing in new affordable housing because, as any Bahamian will tell you, there's nothing like the security of owning your own home. We are investing in infrastructure in the Family Islands, in renewable energy, in Family Island clinics, and in our green, blue, and orange economies. We are also attracting, Madam Speaker, unprecedented levels of investment in our Family Islands, with several Family Islands securing multi-million-dollar investments, which will create new entrepreneurial opportunities, provide jobs, generate revenue for local government, and provide opportunities for local businesses. And we are investing in a major expansion of hospital facilities in New Providence and Grand Bahama, the renovation and improvement of multiple clinics throughout our islands, an expanded catastrophic healthcare fund, and a first ever organ donor program to save lives and improve the health of the Bahamian people. These priorities reflect our profound belief in the dignity of every one of our citizens. This budget, Madam Speaker, is designed to lift people up, to widen and deepen Bahamian participation in our economy, to make us safer, and to help us care for one another. We believe, Madam Speaker, it is vital to build our country's strength and resilience because we live in an era where one external shock is quickly followed by another. To lead, Madam Speaker, is to deal with the facts as they are, not as we would wish them to be. And so it is that we are choosing to confront this reality, that in order to survive and prosper, we must grow stronger. What's more, Madam Speaker, we are working toward a brighter future without forgetting that many Bahamians need and deserve support now, today. We worked hard to create a budget that balances addressing our most pressing needs today with investing in the long-term nation-building solutions that will be the foundation for our next chapter as a nation. 50 years from now, many of us will no longer be here. But what will stand the test of time? God willing, is our vision, the impact of our policies, and most of all, the lives changed forever by opportunities made real in this budget. Just think of it. Securing opportunities and ownership will empower more Bahamians to break the cycle of generational poverty and live the Bahamian dream that has eluded too many Bahamian families for too long. In 50 years, there will be a Bahamian family who can trace their family's first real step toward generational wealth back to a business grant or keys to a first home that were funded by this budget. The seeds of a new, more Bahamian, more inclusive Bahamian economy are in this budget. There are young men and women who will be given a new lease on life, a chance to overcome childhoods in which they may have been neglected rather than loved. Young Bahamians will be given the grace and opportunity to overcome early mistakes and choose a different path, a better path. We believe the circumstances of one's birth, of your birth, should not limit your potential. We believe that mistakes made early on should not foreclose the possibility of turning things around and leading a productive, fulfilling life. Madam Speaker, we are building a secure foundation, but a foundation is only the beginning. To truly realize our vision, that foundation must be built up to completion. That is the point of strategic national development. There must be continuity, not just across budget years, but across successive administrations. That's why so many Bahamians hated stop, review, and cancel. They understood it was partisan politics, not national development, that was being prioritized. That's why, Madam Speaker, in our blueprint for change, we promised the Bahamian people that we would complete and implement the National Development Plan. We have inherited a beautiful country, and we have an obligation to protect it for future generations. The best way to do that is through a properly organized National Development Plan. In our prior administration, we spent years consulting with Bahamians from every walk of life to create the National Development Plan, a foundational and comprehensive long-term plan for the country's development and prosperity. we specifically promised that we would relaunch, complete, and legislate the National Development Plan. We intend to deliver on that promise. The government has reappointed the National Development Plan Committee, appointing a chairman to complete the plan and then prepare an implementation plan. We are currently reviewing recommendations for the steering committee to oversee the work. We have included civil society, the business community, labor, and religious leadership on the committee. Additionally, the government will appoint a secretariat to support the implementation of the work. We already have an initial draft legislation that will create the framework for implementation. We eagerly look forward to having a completed and updated National Development Plan and implementation plan, along with supporting legislation, tabled for debate in Parliament. Madam Speaker, there are important new initiatives in this budget, but in many cases, we prioritize the strengthening and expansion of programs launched after our first full budget. We moved quickly when we came into office, and we were able to launch within our first year or so many of the policies already outlined in our blueprint for change. After we launch new initiatives, we study what works best, address problems which need solving, and then increase our investments in subsequent budget years so we can expand the policy's impact. We built affordable housing. Now we're going to build some more. We launched the Youth Guard. Now we're going to expand our recruiting efforts. We added hundreds of new police officers to the force and invested in a fleet of new vehicles. Now we're going to have saturation patrols in neighborhoods where they are most needed. A budget is a plan for the allocation of resources, and it is maintaining focus over the course of multiple budget cycles that allows for effective national development. I am confident that our emphasis on security and progress is the right focus at this critical juncture of our growth as a nation. And I believe that this budget reflects core Bahamian values and provides important answers to the most important question. And that most important question is, what kind of nation do we want to be? I believe we want to be the kind of nation that provides shelter for survivors of domestic violence. We want to be a nation that ensures our school children don't start the day hungry. We want to be a country that can feed itself. We want to create such a wealth and diversity of opportunities that our people choose to build their lives, raise their children, start their companies, and contribute their expertise right here at home. We want a Bahamas that is owned by Bahamians. This budget makes new investments towards these goals and many others, as is only fitting in our 50th year of independence. We are proud of what we have accomplished as a nation and as a people, and yet we are fully aware of how much road there is yet to travel. Madam Speaker, I never tire of expressing gratitude for the opportunity to serve. I serve the magnificent people of Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador. And I serve Bahamians across our beautiful country. What an extraordinary blessing that I don't take for granted. My faith and my Bahamian brothers and sisters give me the strength, and I rely on that strength because when one endeavors to take on big challenges, there are always difficulties and setbacks. The problems facing all countries in 2023 are significant and complex. We strive to approach policymaking and governance with open minds, with flexibility, with a willingness to listen and course correct as necessary, and with the desire to create and strengthen partnerships across our country. Last week, the Ministry of Economic Affairs hosted the second quarterly financial services industry briefing for the year. We understand how important it is to meaningfully engage the stakeholders of the second pillar of the Bahamian economy. We brought these briefings back after years of inquiries from the sector about why they had been halted in the first place. We have positioned the Bahamas for continued success as a financial services jurisdiction, helping the industry grow stronger by addressing pressing issues. We are making amendments to the existing legislative framework for digital assets and registered exchanges to address ongoing developments in that field and to offer more oversight and protection mechanisms with the full expectation that we will retain our position as one of the most well-regulated fintech jurisdictions in the world. Madam Speaker, in 2021, the Bahamas joined some 136 jurisdictions around the world in a landmark international agreement which specified a 15% global minimum corporate tax for multinational enterprises with revenues of over 750 million euros annually. The Ministry of Finance has created and shared a green paper which explores various possible paths for implementation in our country. The green paper is not a policy position paper. Right. Rather, it is a consultative document intended to support a full and constructive national conversation. We look forward to productive consultations in the months to come. We are taking the initiative to proactively create a framework that works well in our context and for our country. We will move forward on our own terms. Madam Speaker, as we have detailed throughout this debate, our government has made very important progress in strengthening our nation's fiscal security. Fiscal security is no abstract matter. Our nation's fiscal health directly affects the ability of the government to make critical investments in our people and country. So on the issues of taxes, we made a decision to focus on targeted revenue collection and generation measures rather than introduce major new taxes. Despite the very significant debt and fiscal crisis we inherited, this budget does not increase the tax burden for the vast majority of ordinary Bahamians. In contrast to the approach of our predecessors, who increased VAT by 60%. We have adjusted the departure tax for cruise passengers upwards by $5. We've added a tourism sustainability levy of $5 for each cruise visitor and a $2 levy for all travelers for tourism enhancement. Tourism enhancement includes critical projects like cleaning up Bay Street, business incubation centers for tourism-related businesses across our islands, cleaning up monuments, the Junction Beach Village restoration, and more. The sustainability levy for cruise passengers, ship passengers, will be introduced. They all will be introduced as of the 1st of July 2024. And the departure tax increase, hold on now. 1st of January 2024, that is when they're all supposed to be implemented. All the revenues measures I've just listed will give us better returns on our in-demand tourism product while still maintaining prices that are competitive regionally. In fact, we are confident that our tourism product will remain the strongest in the region. Yeah. And we stand firmly by our conviction that those who visit and travel through our beautiful waters must play at least some role in preserving our beautiful marine environment. At this point, Madam Speaker, I wish to address some points raised by the Leader of the Opposition, where he stated that Infrasoft, an Indian company, won a bid to provide services to the government. That is incorrect. The proposal by Infrasoft was brought to cabinet but was never approved. Leader of the Opposition went further and stated Digisoft and Adolfo didn't go through the proper approval protocol. Again, this is incorrect. Both applications were uploaded into the portal at the close of the bid, and they went before the tender committee and were approved by cabinet. Contracts is also vetted by the Office of the Attorney General for execution. Now, we are happy and proud of the young Bahamian men behind Digisoft. Who are creative, talented, and extremely bright. I know they don't think so, but it's high time that young Bahamians were given equal opportunity to compete for government contracts. These young men educated themselves. They came home, want to make a positive contribution to the Bahamas. Why not give them the opportunity instead of Indians? They have earned whatever reward they receive and deserve our support and respect. That's right. I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition, like the opposition, I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition, like myself, cares. I'm saying this because I want to believe this, right? That you care about the advancement of young people. But I want you to understand that unlike them, unlike you, we deliver on our promises. It's not just lip service to these things. And there's more to come. Just read our blueprint for change, follow our accomplishments to date, right? And you'll see. Now, you also like to raise this point about breaking the law. The only thing that's been broken, is the trust that so many young Bahamians previously placed in the acronym. That's what broke it. And you should be very careful. You start talking about breaking the law, because, I didn't spend 45 years or no, I can't remember how long I called it a bar. It went too long. Talk law, to start to talk law with me. I think I know the law. I think I know it. I mean, you might not believe so, but I think I know it. Pretty well. And when you can talk about breaking the law, be careful. Be careful. That's what I'm going to say. Let's be careful. But that's young people who's criticizing. Now, I won't go to the details of what the Indian wanted and what the young boys are doing. I'll leave that for another time if necessary. But the FNM, you're getting a reputation, for fighting for everyone else except hard-working Bahamians who developed their reputations. That's what he had. This is supposed to be a new day for you too. New leader, new day. Don't get his reputation, your Kalani reputation, of fighting for the wrong people. We in the PLP government will continue to encourage our young people to dare to dream, dare to compete, and dare to take advantage of the opportunities we will create for them. Right? Digisoft has been awarded a contract to design a portal which will finally tap into the revenue streams that have previously gone unnoticed. And that is millions of dollars in revenue, which the government will be able to collect from private boat owners and charters who enter our country and move about from port to port. This project will help the Bahamas to close this loophole and bring in much needed revenue and ensure that we are in line with international port operating standards. See, that's what it's all about. See, we are seeking to close the loopholes. But right, to further strengthen our maritime sector, that was the maritime. We essentially talk about maritime. Let's talk what we are doing further. We have also eliminated duty and VAT for yachts and pleasure crafts and increased registration fees in order to encourage domestic registration of these vessels. This is an important step toward creating a yacht registry and improving the strength of our marine sector. There's been representation to us that we should consider providing the same incentives to the aircraft industry to encourage more aircraft to register in the Bahamas and grow our aircraft registry. We are actively exploring this opportunity. Madam Speaker, we've also increased work permit fees. These increases will go into, well, we've increased work permit fees, and we've also created an immigration levy fund for the purposes associated with immigration enforcement, national health, wellness, and educational programs. So we've set up this fund that where we're gonna, when you get your work permit, you can pay a little something, which we can put in this fund, this fund. What's sugar tax? What's sugar tax? Right? So that's gonna go, that's gonna be designed to help our immigration enforcement, designed to help national health and wellness and educational programs. That's where those funds will be going, right? As you know, this modest increase in work permit fees, they objected to this. I know. They opposed making it more costly, This is what they did. They opposed making it more costly for people who want to hire foreigners to come to this country to work. Wow. We accept commercial enterprises. We accept that in some instances, look, we understand, this is not anti-foreigners. We just pro-Bahamian. That's right. And we accept that foreigners are required to fill some positions. And we accept that if a foreigner invests, that they may want their key personnel here. But we can't do it at the sacrifice of us, man. No. Right? And we want them to come because we appreciate as well that we may not have the capacity or the expertise and experience locally to provide some of them. In those instances, fine. But we also want them to pass it down. Yes. See, I want to make it clear. All right. I want to make it clear to employers that in these instances, we expect a Bahamian to understand, to understudy, and be trained for that position. The Department of Immigration, and by extension, the government should not find itself. Let me repeat this, right? The Department of Immigration, and by extension, the government should not find itself in a position where an employer is asking to renew a work permit after 10 or 15 years. This is unacceptable, especially when our database at the Department of Immigration and at the Department of Labor shows that Bahamians are qualified to fill the posts. I've asked the Department of Labor to hold these employees accountable and asked the Department of Immigration to deny renewal applications where we have suitably qualified Bahamians living here or abroad. That's right. Because enough is enough. Yes. And I'll say no more. Word to the wise is sufficient. A great example of the partnership I expect and welcome from those in the hotel sector. See a great example of the partnership I expect and welcome from those in the hotel sector is the culinary and hospitality bridging program at the University of the Bahamas, where my government has provided funding of over $1 million to train over 200 young Bahamians over the next 2 years to take up entry-level food service kitchen positions and entry-level hospitality positions in the hotel sector. That's right.
Future managers.
You know.
I know.
Yeah. These positions include prep cooks, line cooks, kitchen assistants, baker's assistants, front desk agents, guest service associates, concierge, and sales coordinators. These positions require little or no prior experience and provide the foundation for learning and advancing within the food service and hospitality industry. And if they desire, upon completion of this course, they can pursue an associate or bachelor's degree in hospitality. The following hotels have committed to onboard these students upon their completion of the program: Atlantis, Bahama, Life at Key, Albany, Margaritaville, and Rio. And I wish to thank them as our partners for this gesture. This is how industry and government should work, hand in hand, to create more opportunities for Bahamians.
Yep.
Madam Speaker, I'll always stand up for the Bahamian workers now,
Yes,
and they know that.
that's right.
We made a very deliberate choice, Madam Speaker, to raise much needed revenue through more efficient collection of existing taxes, while also introducing or raising a very small number of targeted fees that do not impact most ordinary Bahamians. The side opposite can try to convince the people that a cruise passenger fee, a yacht fee, a tourism enhancement fee, and a foreign work permit fee add up to some huge new burden for the people.
No.
But they are going to continue losing their war with reality, because that's not reality.
That's a good try, though.
They also have very strenuous objections to the Revenue Enhancement Unit and a large taxpayer unit, which focus on enforcing compliance with existing laws. We are all aware that, unfortunately, there are those who want to reap the benefits of our nation while contributing the least amount possible. Why is the side opposite objecting to enforcing the laws of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? That's something. They accuse us of breaking the law, but then they protecting others from breaking the law. You know? The large taxpayers unit focuses on compliance for businesses making over $5 million per year. Should such businesses not be asked to pay the taxes they owe?
Wow.
This is a nation of laws, and we intend to enforce those laws. Those who suggest the government should not make efforts to collect taxes on the biggest companies or the most expensive properties, they're telling us everything we need to know about who they are and who they for. Madam Speaker, there was a time in the South, when members would have been embarrassed to be that shameless. Man, everyone must pay their fair share. Bahamians know that for too long, many of those who can afford to pay have simply ignored paying. Meanwhile, most Bahamians pay taxes through their consumption. They do not have the ability to evade their tax obligations because they are taxed when they purchase goods and make use of services every day. If our efforts to require those who can afford it to live up to their tax obligation is being treated as controversial, it is because there are certain circles in our country who are not accustomed to being held accountable. When it comes to real property taxes, the vast majority of back taxes are owed by second homeowners. This is not an issue affecting most Bahamians. Raising the cap on real property taxes affects owners of multi-million-dollar properties, which again does not include most Bahamians. The irony is that these same people pay their taxes in their home countries, But for some reason, A few believe they don't have to. They don't have to pay their taxes here, as prescribed by law. Remember, when the previous government refused to take action on real property tax reforms because a certain committee wrote an angry letter, yeah, well, that ain't us. That ain't us. And that most certainly ain't me. Imagine a country in which the tax laws are optional for some people and some businesses. How can anyone who claims to represent the people in this chamber take the position that such a system is defensible? Right? Madam Speaker, this budget is about securing progress for our people now and in the future. That is where our focus properly belongs. But facts matter, and they must once again be reestablished in the face of deceptive attempts to rewrite our recent history. One very important fact is that it mattered very much. Repeat this now. One very important fact is that it mattered very much who won the election in September 2021. That mattered. Across the board, on issue after issue, and especially when it came to the economy. And, just to put in context, I don't like looking backward because I'm looking forward, right? But it has to be put in context because there's this view that everything that's happening now is because of what they did. But just let me put some things in context. I wonder if they remember what the economic record was like for them. Just to put this in context, right? A shock 6% increase in VAT, and the economists will tell you what that did to the economy, and the numbers are there to show. Billions in new borrowing, and nothing to show for it. So it's nothing to show for us. And the economy is stagnant. I ain't gonna talk about the Oban humiliation. The decision to buy the Grand Lucayan Hotel. That decision to buy the hotel. And it's continuing to cost, it's still bleeding us. It's still bleeding us. Still bleeding us, right? And guess what? They buy the hotel and forget the inventory. Buy the hotel and forget the inventory.
Let people collect insurance.
Yeah, let people run away with the insurance.
Yeah, wow.
And then after they close it, and the people turn up and say, man, I come from an inventory, I come from a bed, I come from a linen, I come to collect. They say, hold on, no, we thought we buy that too. He say, no. Look at the agreement.
Oh, man.
And look, what significant new investment? No significant new investment. Right? No significant investment. I want to talk about how they treated workers. The minimum wage was right there, stagnant. They would not even look at it. In fact, when we were raising it, they criticized us for raising it because of what they say was going to happen. People get laid off, the economy can do this. But you remember? Now we ain't going to talk about the incompetence and the lack of compassion displayed during, before and after the Dorian experience. Of course.
Forget that, though.
No, Dorian, no, you can't forget that. That's, the pandemic, which they managed to handle worse than any other government in this region. Let's look at, now I say it, but just look at all of the assessment done for the region and see where we are. I mean, look at it. And I invite, Google something else. Just Google it and see how we perform as a country. It's right there. With a doctor, doctor at the hem. I mean, in terms of, everything, from lives saved, to the impact on the economy, to borrowing as a percentage of the GDP. Look where you are. They all, there are a lot of assessments that's been done, and see where we are, man. I ain't gonna talk about the harassment and the finding of Bahamians who were just trying to survive during that. No fellow going to the pump to get water. Go going to the pump to get water to bathe. It's bedridden grandparents.
For health reasons?
Yeah. Lockdown after lockdown. Lockdown after lockdown.
He was right there.
Right, lockdown. And very often, with little notice.
Said nothing.
With little notice.
He's right there nodding.
Talk about the curfews. The curfews.
Yeah, you were there.
Extended. Keep getting this. Now, the travel visas.
Quiet. You said nothing.
And of course, the selective, they stopped Bahamians from coming home. While other countries were kept sending planes. Other countries were sending planes and making sure that they're all bringing their people home. He was stopping them people from coming home. But then you could come and bury your dog.
Well, a little chihuahua.
Understand, man. But what, a chihuahua? But I mean, they thought that was all right, so I leave it. And boy, we ain't gonna talk about the erratic and unpredictable competent authority who broke promises and promises and promises about lifting. And the list goes on. I put all that in a context now. That's why I said it truly mattered. It mattered who won that September 21st, 2021 election. It mattered, man. It mattered. See, no one believes that a government with that kind of record was on the verge of ushering a healthy economic recovery. So any belief that what you all left, what was happening now is what you all left, man, the tree you all planted had no shade.
I know water.
No shade. We moved quickly to end this sorry state of affairs. We lifted the curfew. We ended the travel visas. We implemented free COVID testing. We expunged the records for minor breaches of emergency orders. And we worked hard to safely reopen the economy and our schools.
Yes.
Now, don't tell me they would have done the same thing.
No.
Right? Don't tell me that they would have done the same thing. They had their chance.
Yes.
And they did none of that.
Nothing.
For example, we were calling for free testing in opposition. So we need to give free testing. They said free testing was impossible. In fact, as reported in the local daily on the 29th of October 2020, the member for Kalani, the competent authority, the doctor, said, and I quote, let me quote, the PLP lives in wonderland of fantasies. They must stop using politics and one day face reality.
There's some dark days. I remember that.
Somebody write that down.
Well, 1 year.
Why you let them write that down?
Well, 1 year later. 1 year later.
It was creating
1 year. Now you see what I said. That was in October.
business for fresh.
Yeah, that was October 2020, right? 1 year later, in 2021, Kalani faced reality, where Bahamians in the Bahamas,
He was in Wonderland.
not Wonderland, enjoyed their free testing.
All that money that friends and
In Bahamas now, not in the Wonderland he talked about, they said prolonged curfew was necessary, with no evidence. You think the competent authority was going to end the emergency orders in November 2021, as we did?
Not a chance.
That promise would have likely have ended up the way all such previous promises did, broken, ignored, and trampled upon. In fact, in November of 2021, now listen now, in November of 2021, he was warning again of a new wave. We were concerned too, as successive waves slammed into other countries. But we knew we didn't need oppressive emergency orders to be effective. We worked with doctors and nurses. We distributed free medical grade masks, and we issued special protections for the most vulnerable. You know what we did? What we did that they don't, we trusted the Bahamian people. They don't trust the Bahamian people. We trusted the Bahamian people. We trusted the Bahamian people to act responsibly and follow the guidelines and protocols to protect themselves and their loved ones. The idea that the recovery would have unfolded at the same pace and at the same strength, no matter who was in government, is not credible to anyone who lived through the grim times that preceded September 2021. And let me say that I'm grateful to all those who worked so hard alongside us so that we could bring swift and much needed change. We took an economy in crisis and turned it around, and we are not done yet. The success we are seeing now was not inevitable. Our employment rate is now lower than the previous administrations. Our unemployment rate is now lower than the previous administration's best pre-Dorian and pre-COVID years. And we are now setting records for the number of tourist arrivals coming in each month. This year, we will welcome over 8 million visitors to our shores. This is the story of a country that has shaken off the worst of multiple crises and is finally headed in the right direction.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, I'm saying what the point of order is. That the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, is misleading this House. Madam Speaker, under the previous labor force survey, you would have seen that unemployment, or those the employment for, less than what it is, actually more than what it is today. So the unemployment force, the amount of persons who are employed is actually less than the amount of persons who were employed in 2017. So Madam Speaker, as I said, it is, Madam Speaker, the 8% again is a smoke screen, because you have less persons who are employed today than you had back in 2019. In fact, you have less people employed today than you had back in 2017. So, Madam Speaker, that is the point that we ought to be debating. We ought to be debating, why is it that you have less people employed today than you had back in 2019 and you had back in 2017? Less people employed today, Madam Speaker.
You may continue.
Madam Speaker, it's truly disingenuous. If you want to interpret what the Department of Statistics has said, that's your view. But what I'm saying to you is that the unemployment rate, right? It's low. No. You can't tell me how to present. Madam Speaker, you cannot be abusive. You cannot be abusive.
Order.
Listen, man. Listen.
Wait.
No.
You may proceed.
We know what the unemployment rate means, and it's low.
Yeah.
That's the point.
The unemployment rate is where it is.
Low. Yeah.
Why? Because you all run a lot of behemoths out of the country?
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of behemoths out of the country. In Canada, in Canada, and Canada.
Y'all, a lot of people left.
And yeah, Madam Speaker.
It's the
Madam
rate
Speaker.
lower. It's the rate
Speaker.
lower of the country. They're not here.
Madam Speaker. What's it? The success.
Members,
The success.
They don't like.
order.
Madam Speaker.
Members, this is the last time I'll call for order.
Madam Speaker. Look, man. Let me put my case, right? I say that the rate, the employment rate, right, is best in years. Accept that. Now, if you now want to, that's the context I want to put it. Now, if you have the,
Good news.
Numbers on numbers. Numbers
Yeah.
on numbers.
Good news. Good news.
Members,
Madam Speaker,
Where the people
Madam Speaker,
are? Where's the people?
we are now.
Good news for the country.
We are now.
order.
We are now setting records for the number of tourist arrivals coming in each month.
Any point?
This year, we will welcome over 8 million visitors to our shores. This is the story of a country. This is a story of a country that has shaken off the worst of multiple crises and is finally headed in the right direction. We inherited record high levels of unemployment. A minister in the previous administration speculated that the unemployment rate could have been as high as 50% at one point during the pandemic. That's what they said. A labor force survey conducted in 2019 prior to the pandemic stated that the unemployment rate was 9.5%. The new labor force survey has been completed and the unemployment rate is now down to 8.8%.
Same one they use. Same body they use.
This number is not only an improvement on the 2019, 2018, and 2017 unemployment rates. It is the lowest recorded unemployment rate since the onset of the 2008 global recession. Right? Madam Speaker, it is wonderful to see so many behemoths working. And we know there's still much more to do.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. East Grand Bahama, please state your point of order.
Madam Speaker, again, the Prime Minister is misleading this House. Madam Speaker, it is not better because you have less people employed today than you had employed in 2017. It is not better. You have less people employed today. Madam Speaker, you have 200,000 persons who are employed today.
The chair recognizes the honorable
Madam
member
Speaker,
for
that is
Charlotte.
14,000.
For Charlotte.
Madam Speaker, this is to
Honorable
assist.
member. Honorable member. Yes,
Madam
honorable
Speaker,
member.
this is to assist.
The chair recognizes
This,
the honorable member
Madam
for Charlotte.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is to assist the House. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam
Members,
Speaker.
Order.
Don't address the chair, Madam Speaker. Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
member.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Marco City.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, I have acknowledged.
Thank you, Madam
For Charlotte.
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
This is the last
Madam
time
Speaker.
I will-
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, all of us all of us as elected members of this House must obey these rules, Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Somebody
Madam
control
Speaker.
today.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rules require. Madam Speaker, the rules require that when the Speaker asks, what is the point of order, the honorable member shall state the infringement of these rules. It is not a time for rebuttal. The member must state the rule that has been infringed. And the honorable member has not stated any rule that has been infringed. Madam Speaker.
I am warning.
Madam
sending
Speaker.
a warning now.
I love you too.
I am
Madam
sending
Speaker.
a warning.
Madam Speaker.
I am sending a warning. I am
Madam
sending
Speaker.
a warning. Do that again.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable member.
Madam
you may
Speaker,
proceed.
the rules, and this is Rule 38, a member shall rise on a point of order, shall, when invited by the Speaker, state the infringement of these rules, which his point of order is based. If the honorable member does not refer, your ladyship, does not refer you to any specific rule, it is not a point of order. We all must comply.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador. Honorable member, I've heard you. You were on your feet, and you repeated the exact same thing that you said prior to speaking. I understand. I heard your point of order. Your point of order is on the records. Please take your seat and allow the member to continue.
I encourage Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador.
I understand it. I understand. They're confused. They're trying to understand how we here able to achieve what we're achieving. Right? And less than 22 months.
They don't like good news.
They don't understand. And good news has hurt them.
Yeah.
It's like the truth,
Yeah.
The truth is, all I say is that I said the Department of Statistics is called the Bahamas National Statistical Institute. You know it. You set it up. So when they say 8.1 is adding true, that's agree. That's the authority. I only quote what they say, and I take in their number. Yeah, but that, fine, what I'm saying, but you'll have your time to do that. Right? So,
Order.
So, Madam Speaker.
You said it.
Honorable member,
It is
please
wonderful.
proceed.
Boy, I'll get back to you on that. Yeah. It is wonderful. All I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, it is wonderful to see.
Repeating yourself, man.
It is wonderful to see.
You don't like good news.
It is wonderful to see so many Bahamians working.
Yes, sir.
And we know there's still much more to do. We know that. Everyone in our country can be learning, training, working, upskilling, contributing, innovating, and making the most of their God-given talent and potential. That's what we're about, Madam Speaker. I'll address him later because, again, he's being disingenuous, When you talk about 14,000 more, I have the answer to that, but I can let him walk right down that lane till I come back at him. Very, very disingenuous, right? Very, very disingenuous. Well, first of all, you have how come it's how you got 8.8% then? If you have 14,000 less working today, right? What? And why it shrank?
Where are they going?
Yeah, no, you
wanna ask them now?
I can tell
Ask them
them.
now.
You know why?
Ask them now.
No, let me tell you why.
Members.
All right,
Members.
It's a rate. The rate is a ratio. It ain't got nothing to do with
Members.
Yeah.
There will be one member on their feet. One member.
Yeah, you see why we're in trouble. I see why we're in trouble during that time. Kalani, I see why.
Yeah, man.
It's right, and so it's right here, and so why? What's the cause of the shrinking?
You don't understand.
You don't know why? You see those litany of woes I listed that occurred under your watch. That's why it shrunk. Those litany of woes, right? What you all did to the Bahamian people. That's why. That's why.
We bringing them back
See,
home.
we're bringing them back home now. We're bringing it all back home. And they all would get back. Right? Right? You know how many people left? You know how many nurses left this country? How many doctors? Because of you all? How many people just leave? You know, if you listen to me what I said, when I talk about what nation we want, you heard me earlier? You heard me earlier? We want a country where Bahamians can feel proud to live in, be able to live in, and have their skills and talents utilized to building up this country and no other country. That's what we want, right? This. How can
Members.
I said I have a monopoly on care for people.
He never said that.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
No, you already said
Personal. We know you love the Bahamian people.
But it's your policies.
Love them good.
And when
Yeah, love them good.
and when you start arguing about me increasing, for example, work permit fees, and we shouldn't do that. Whose side I think you on? When you tell me I shouldn't collect my taxes, when I know where we know where the two ain't paying their taxes, whose side do you think you on? Right? I'm not saying I have no monopoly on caring for people. I know me, and people know me. I don't say I have no. That's your claim. You think I have a monopoly on it? I don't. Let me just disabuse your mind of that, right? If you believe I have a monopoly on caring for people, I don't. But I do care for people. Take the left of him. So, Madam Speaker, as our government revenues continue to increase, we are well on our way to realizing a surplus in just a few years. Each quarter that goes by, we continue to meet and even surpass our own projections. This is in stark contrast to the previous administration, who during their 4.5 years in office never once met their revenue or expenditure targets. Not once. In fact, they weren't even close to achieving their targets. For the foreseeable future, revenues will continue to go up and deficits will continue to go down. We are on track for a balanced budget in 2025, barring any unforeseen events. Our national debt management strategies are paying off as well. As global interest rates increase, our decision to focus on cheaper domestic sources of funding has allowed us to access credit facilities at more affordable interest rates than can be had internationally. To better facilitate our revenue enhancement strategies, we are investing in the technology necessary to improve operational efficiency. The One Tax Bahamas portal, currently being developed, will serve as a unified system to facilitate all tax payments, providing a more streamlined user experience. Madam Speaker, we are committed to innovation and improvement throughout the government. Let me provide an additional example. The Bahamas Investment Authority has now assigned officers specifically to focus on monitoring new and existing projects and exploring expansion opportunities where expansion would be in the national interest. Data shows that reinvestments by existing investors is an increasingly important part of any national investment strategy. We are creating a roadmap to maximize the potential of our relationships with investment partners, but we also want to hold them accountable to the commitments they made in their heads of agreements. In the past, there was little accountability and checks and balances. That will change. We also have a full-time staff dedicated to developing a promotional strategy for islands throughout our archipelago. I'll never stop being an island boy. I know we can preserve the beautiful character of our islands while also providing new opportunities for islanders. Madam Speaker, the strength of the economic recovery is not in doubt, but things are still tough for a lot of Bahamian families. This is primarily due to a global inflation crisis, which has added to the already too high cost of living. That's why our administration lowered customs duties on a range of food items, decreased VAT from 12 to 10%, increased targeted social services support, launched new solar power projects, raised salaries for nurses and teachers, increased compensation for uniform officers, and raised the minimum wage, which gave these families the equivalent of an extra week's pay every month. Are these measures of some help? Yes. Life would be harder for many Bahamians in the absence of these policies, but they don't fully cushion, in my view, the blow. Madam Speaker, we have been talking about external shocks and a need to be stronger and to get stronger. One way we can protect ourselves against future inflationary pressures that originate abroad is to grow much more of our own food. We are determined to lower the nation's food import bill. The pandemic and inflation have underscored for us the vulnerabilities of living in an import-driven economy. There's so much upside to innovating and investing in agriculture. It's an opportunity to diversify our economy, to develop our family islands, to increase Bahamian ownership, to modernize a sustainable industry, and focus on climate resilience. It's an opportunity to grow more of what we eat and make sure healthy food is affordable for our people. I'm not going to make any more egg puns, I promise, but the Golden Yolk program is ambitious and it is important. We are changing the way the country feeds itself and does business. Instituting a new model takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day, but the fact that it takes time doesn't mean we are taking our time. Change is happening as we speak, and more change is on the way. Madam Speaker, for many years, the people have called for changes in the way the city of Freeport, as the economic engine of Grand Bahama, is managed. For many years. I lived in Grand Bahama for several years, many years, in the early 70s to the early 80s. So I know Freeport. As the government, we have done what we can to make important investments in Grand Bahama. We are investing in a new airport, a new hospital, and a multi-million-dollar jobs program. While these initiatives are much needed, and let me say, these were under the Oxbow Creek Agreement, this is the port's responsibility, but they take those responsibilities after, right? They do not address, to me, Madam Speaker, the more fundamental need for change. Grand Bahama lost 9% of its GDP last year, and is continuing to lose more. Our position is clear. The Port Authority, under its present structure, is not realizing Freeport's enormous potential. The status quo is not working, and the people of Grand Bahama deserves better. it is important to note that there's a provision in the Hospital Creek Agreement that specifies that the costs borne by the government for certain activities and services provided are to be reimbursed by the Grand Bahama Port Authority for amounts in excess of customs duties and emergency taxes collected. Right? And specifically, that's section 1, subclause 5 of the Hospital Creek Agreement. My government has begun to invoice the Port Authority for these reimbursable expenses as calculated by an independent accountancy firm. To date, the Port Authority has not provided reimbursement in connection with any of these invoices. We need to have a serious conversation in this country about the best way forward. I'm of the belief that the Grand Bahama Port Authority needs a management and governance change in order to realize real growth and opportunities in Grand Bahama. And over the years, it was the government that has been doing the work of the Port Authority. We've been attracting the investors. We've been investing in Grand Bahama. So what you need, so we have to have a conversation of the relevance of the port. It may still be relevant. So we are open to a range of different possibilities. And we are committed to consulting with the people of Grand Bahama and the licensees of Freeport to determine their outlook and views. But I have to get to a particular point first. And we will then consult. And we'll listen to them. We did before, you know. In 2014, 15, when we set up the committee, to look at the Port Authority, to report to our then government. And they came back, and the FNM was represented on that committee. Right? No, we didn't expend it. We didn't expend it. Let me tell you what happened. Because I don't think you were there when what happened. Let me tell you what happened. Right? We passed the Freeport Investments Incentive Bill.
That's right.
Right? That required the port, right, for the purposes of any extension of the concessions to make certain defined investments. And if they didn't, everything would be rolled back. We had a system of monitoring and reporting as to what they were going to do. Just look at the bill. Right? Right? That's where we were.
Yeah, the first thing
Yeah. I get it.
we didn't know who they worked for. We don't know who they worked for.
We don't know. So, let me tell you.
No.
No, you all did nothing. You did nothing. You did nothing. No, you did no, listen. You all did nothing, man. During the campaign, you all say your campaigns you're going to repeal it, and then within one of the first bills you all laid in this house coming up was a bill to not only to stop talking. No, hold on. No.
I was collecting revenue.
Listen.
Don't tell me. I was there. You were collecting revenue.
No, listen.
You were bringing checks.
Let me make this point, right? Whatever you say, right?
Members,
what we did,
You moneyed the water in the election.
That's right. Madam
And
Speaker,
then it stopped. You
Madam
moneyed
Speaker,
the water.
let me tell you what happened.
Okay,
Let me tell, because I can pull it out again. Because it's really true who you all work for. Because what happened, we even entered into a memorandum of understanding with them. Everything was enforced. Everything was enforced. No teeth? No teeth?
That's because y'all pull the teeth out.
Oh, well, you can see. Stay tuned and watch. Stay tuned and watch if it has no tooth. But what y'all did, Kalani, don't go yet. You filed within 2 weeks, the first document, one of the first bills you laid was not only to revoke that bill, not only to revoke that bill, but to take us back to 1957, to the date of this thing. That's what y'all did. And the first thing y'all did, and not only that, you did that, and then you didn't do what we did. You did not do what I did. Because I then, once the bill was laid, I made a public pronounced statement on it, broadsiding all, saying how you're taking this back to pre-67 era. I did it. After I did it, your still was going to go ahead with it. But then someone else spoke about it. The former Prime Minister, Hubert Ingram, came out publicly and we fixed it. Chastise you all for what you all were doing. Taking us back to pre-67 days. And I think that's when you all got cold feet. Right? And then you don't recall that? I can bring it to you. I'll bring it to you all. Right? Because I made a statement, he made it. Right? And you all get cold feet and laid there. The port was on your back every day. When you all gonna pass this bill? When you all gonna do this? You didn't pass it. You didn't pass it. Don't forget now. I'll give you credit for that one. They even wrote me after that, you know. When we came in office, fix it. Fix it. It will be fixed. It will be fixed. And we sure I'll get it done. Right? And so, you know, it is an unfortunate fact of life. Right? It is an unfortunate fact of life that some people are more cut out for complaining than for doing. People who never built a single house when they could have, now imagine themselves as contractors and engineers and experts in housing inspection. You know, likewise, with no major road works to their name, some have a lot to say about roads. They should talk to the people of Exuma, where we have paved hundreds of miles of road. This year, roads will be paved and improved in New Providence, Cat Island, Lutra, and Long Island. You know, Long Islanders have waited so long. Look where they treat Long Island. Long Islanders, they have waited so long for major roadworks, right? The previous government, you all played a real dirty trick on them, you know. Wow. Just before the last election, they scraped miles of road, saying if we could pave your road in the north, and left them that way until election day. Cruelly forcing Long Islanders to drive miles on these dusty, dirty roads. And that's being fixed. Yeah, I drove on. You have no shame. You were with it the other day? Yeah. Otherwise, shameless. I see, you know, I saw them down there for regatta. Yeah. They had a couple of silos there.
Politics. Three.
Yeah.
Three silos.
Four silos? Four. Yeah. And they driving on these same roads, you know. And guess what? Now, I don't know which of the silos were saying this, but they were saying, you know, we got to prepare for by-election. I know who say that. But they must know something I don't know. Right? They know something I don't know. You like that? See the silo. See the silo. Anyhow, we're going to fix those roads in Long Island, and that will make a real difference to the local economy and to the quality of life for Long Islanders and those who travel and vacation there. Major investments are underway in the Family Islands, from 15 new airports and new and upgraded health facilities to significant renewable energy projects. We've also been paying close attention to the issue of banking. Throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, of course, unbanked populations are in the millions and growing, as commercial banks close branches and withdraw services to preserve their profits. The Bahamas, too, has been impacted, especially on some family islands. Earlier this year, I spoke to the Atlantic Council about the need for greater financial inclusion across the region. Understand that these banks do not solely operate in the Bahamas. They are regional and multinational operations. And when they make operational and financial decisions, it is often in the context of regional strategies. While speaking, I called for uniform regional standards for anti-money laundering and counter-terror financing measures, with the understanding that streamlined measures will lower related compliance costs, which again is a contributing factor to the profit, the bottom line for banks. I also support working with corresponding banks and commercial banks to develop country-specific solutions. In the meantime, promising developments like the sand dollar can help fill in the gap. Thus, we are working to expand the use of the sand dollar on all of our islands. Madam Speaker, from day one, this administration moved quickly to clear the public service promotions and back pay backlog that was allowed to grow for so many years. We increased public servant pensions, increased the minimum wage, and increased the salaries of thousands of public servants, including nurses, teachers, and the uniform branches. And we signed 19 new industrial agreements. Our track record when it comes to how we treat public servants is quite clear. For the first time in over 9 years, a public service-wide promotional exercise is being rolled out during this budget cycle. The last time this happened was under the Christie administration. Public servants know the truth, Madam Speaker. They know the previous administration stopped annual public servants increments. We came in and brought them right back. We are committed to building on this very strong start. Regarding the recent concerns by the BPSU, I'm informed that the Ministry of Public Service and the Public Service Commission are working at record speed to resolve the matter of promotions for financial officers. In fact, public service officers are working weekends just to make it happen. 50 promotions are now at various stages of being processed, and they will be formalized as quickly as is feasible. As we finalize agreements to improve salaries, benefits, and conditions within the public service, we are also implementing widespread human resources reforms to promote improved efficiency and productivity. This includes our investments in digital document management and a human resource management information system. It also includes the modernization of human resources policies for greater accountability and performance across the public service. The end result will be better experiences and faster services for the general public. Madam Speaker, expanding the capacity of our public healthcare facilities is a major priority for this administration. We know that in some cases, long neglected facilities are in unacceptable conditions, and we are committed to addressing this in a meaningful way. This budget expands bed capacity, provides additional supplies and resources to PMH, and includes a major transformation of the Rand Memorial Hospital. While these efforts are needed and important, improving healthcare in the Bahamas requires more than improving facilities. We are investing in training and retraining and more robust recruitment of doctors, nurses, and technicians, and programs that expand access to healthcare. National health insurance, the prescription drug plan, and the catastrophic healthcare fund must work together in an integrated plan. New drugs for non-communicable diseases will be added to the pharmacy plan. Madam Speaker, too many Bahamians have had a terrible and tragic experience of losing a family member, friend, or colleague because of that person's inability to secure an organ transplant. The Bahamas National Organs Transplant Program is a critical new step forward for our country, one that will open the door to life-saving transplants for Bahamians. We will begin with kidney transplants from live donors to help patients who are currently on dialysis and expand from there. Much of the preparatory work and training has been done. The funding in this budget allows us to launch in the coming months. As we move forward with educational and consultative activities, we urge all Bahamians to become informed and to become involved. When the program expands to include the donation of one's organs after death, registering will be the ultimate act of love. Yes. Listen to this extraordinary fact. One registered donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation. And listen to the words of Jesus, if I may borrow. I come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. The foundation of the Christian faith rests on the fact that Jesus gave his life so that we might save ours. This is why organ and tissue donation is viewed as an act of neighborly love and charity by many civic and religious organizations who encourage their members to support organ donation as an unparalleled act of selflessness and generosity. We encourage Bahamians, give the gift of life. We encourage them. Madam Speaker, we are a government that understands that both the big picture and the small details matter. We are the first to admit that governance is like any other human endeavor, imperfect, and sometimes filled with frustrations and setbacks. There's a saying, nothing in life comes easy, but we are not deterred by obstacles. The size of our ambitions for this country is only a reflection of the greatness of our people. We see problems clearly, but it only inspires us to grasp the opportunities. In this Jubilee year, with the courage and resolve of those who marched and fought for our independence, serving as our inspiration, we are determined to take the steps necessary to secure the future of this great nation. Our 2023-2024 budget focused on becoming stronger, securing our borders, making our communities safer, building a country that can survive the era of climate change, and creating economic security through Bahamian ownership and new industries. It is a budget that looks at the big picture, but from the point of view of the people, one by one. Because we understand that when we change the trajectory of one life, it does have a domino effect. When we change one life, we change many lives. And when we change one life, we change the future. Madam Speaker, we intend to do just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May God continue to bless our Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Markham City.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Just 2 points raised by the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, that I thought left certainly, Madam Speaker, in my view, misrepresented what was said during the debate. The Prime Minister referenced the comments made and the questions that I asked relative to the 2 contracts through Ministry of Transport. Madam Speaker, I was absolutely clear, and the speech is on the record, both recorded and printed. Madam Speaker, I raised the question as to why in the portal one company was identified as the winner, and why why was there another company not identified as the winner executing the contract. This had nothing to do with the Prime Minister's characterization of the Free National Movement, preference of foreigners over Bahamians. We talked about the process in the statement that I made, and I could refer the Prime Minister to the pages where the statements were made from page 10, 11, 12, and onward. So one is, we asked for an explanation on why one company was listed as the winner in the portal and the second company actually received it. You could call it what you like. The second question asked that was not addressed: what was the total value of the contract? That was not addressed by the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. And how many? Again, is it a point of order that you're raising? Huh? No, but you don't get to make that determination. It is a point of order. It is, but let me make the point. Let me make the point. Listen, let me make.
Members?
It was misrepresented what was said by the Prime Minister. That's the point of order. The point of order is my statement was misrepresented. Madam Speaker, the other point that was made and question asked was how many bids, with respect to the navigational instruments, how many companies bid, did it go before the tenders board? All of these are questions, Madam Speaker, that we thought it's reasonable, and the Prime Minister, or the Minister of Transport would answer those questions. Instead, what the Prime Minister sought to do is to convince the public that they love Bahamians and we don't. We are siding with foreigners and they are not. Madam Speaker, there are questions about the procurement process that this government has not followed historically, and therefore it opens every Bahamian company up to suspicion based on the fact that this is not an administration that's following the rules. So, Madam Speaker, those questions that were listed, and there are probably 7 or 8 of them, Madam Speaker, that has not been addressed. So, again, that is a concern. The second point of order, Madam Speaker, is relative to interest rates. One of the points made by the Prime Minister is that we are borrowing far more funds domestically rather than internationally, and that the interest rates are better. Madam Speaker, because of a number of the loans that we are taking out now, and every PPP is a loan to the government, we have no idea of the term. So we don't even know what the interest rate are in those respective cases. Therefore, we are not in a position, nor do we believe the Prime Minister is in a position to say. If he is in a position to say the difference between the interest rates locally and internationally, I believe he's duty bound to let us know. We do not know as a public what those interest rates are locally versus internationally, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for West Bahama.
Speaker, the member is asking questions. There's an appropriate time to ask questions.
Yes, sir.
And there's an appropriate time when questions are asked that the member would refer, and he will ask, and he will respond to the questions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we've now completed the debate, Madam Speaker, we are now headed to what is called the heads. And Madam Speaker, we ask for a half-hour suspension whilst we attain 1 or 2 documents so that we can begin the process, Madam Speaker. So I now ask for suspension.
Thank you, honourable member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended for half an hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House stands suspended for the next 30 minutes.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, we are debating a compendium of bills. I presume you're now ready. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador.
Madam Speaker, as foreshadowed at the commencement of my closing remarks, I beg leave to withdraw the boat registration amendment bill 2023 and replace it with this new one. You should have a copy of it. Your pastor.
Order the document be brought up.
If I could have a second.
Hold on, before we get a second. Thank you. Honourable members, before we can proceed, I would like to get the full consent of the House. Honourable member for West Bahama.
With concurrence of the opposition, we will proceed.
Okay, thank you, honourable members. Order that the document do lie on the table. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Also, Madam Speaker, I beg leave to withdraw the boat registration yacht amendment rules that was laid
Yes, sir.
and to be substituted with this new rule.
What is that? Thank you, Honorable Member. Any objection, Honorable Member? Thank you, Honorable Member. Order the document to lie on the table.
Yeah.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Also, Madam Speaker, I beg leave to withdraw the Customs Management Act bill that was laid and make sure this covers what I want. Yeah. Right. And substitute with this bill. That says it. Electronic.
Order. This is being withdrawn as well.
Yeah.
Replaced?
Yeah. Huh?
Replaced.
Yeah, that's to replace.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. Order the document to align the table.
Yes, and I now beg leave to read for the first time a bill for first reading and second reading of a water skiing and motorboat control amendment bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, Honorable. Order the document be brought up.
Read it.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a first time. A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a first time and tabled.
A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
For the first reading? Thank you, Honorable Member. Second reading, Committee?
No, second. Read it again. Madam Speaker, we now move for the second reading committal of the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, we now move for the second reading of the compendium of bills that were debated. The Appropriation Revenue Accounts Expense 2023-2024 Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Could I have my listing of bills, please? It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
Thank you. For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the second reading of the Appropriations Capital Development 2023-2024 Bill 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2024. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2024.
For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Family Islands Development Encouragement Amendment and Validation Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act to extend the application of this act to all Family Islands and to validate exemptions granted in the respect Family Islands not specified in the schedule to this act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Family Island Development Encouragement Act to extend the application of this act to all Family Islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect Family Islands not specified in the schedule to this act.
For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Business License Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. An act to require a bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010 and for connected matters. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license to repeal the Business License Act 2010 and for connected matters.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the second reading of the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Thank you. For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed. Not this one? Public finance. There you go. Hop that one. Over back. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Public Finance Management Immigration Levy Special Fund Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Stamp Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. Stamp Amendment Bill. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Further second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Customs Management Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
For the second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Tariff Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
For the second readings?
Second.
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Excise Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Thank you. For the second reading of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Commercial Entities Substance Requirements Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for substantial economic presence and annual reporting of a commercial entity carrying on relevant activities and for connected purposes, to repeal the Commercial Entities Substance Requirements Act 2018 and for connected matters. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for substantial economic presence and annual reporting of a commercial entity carrying on relevant activities and for connected purposes, to repeal the Commercial Entities Substance Requirements Act 2018 and for connected matters.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Insurance Amendment and Validation Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Constituency Grant Capital Grant Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act.
For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry, and for matters connected therewith. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry, and for matters connected therewith.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Hotels Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the University of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I now move for the second reading of the Fisheries Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Agriculture, Sales and Services Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provisions of agricultural services to the general public. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provisions of agricultural services to the general public.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Immigration Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Proceeds of Crime Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Further second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Animal Protection and Control Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Bahamas National Trust Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Ports Authorities Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the Passengers Tax Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of the Harbor Dues Amendment Bill 2023.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the Boat Registration Amendment Bill 2023 to be read a second time.
Thank you, Honorable Members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
For the second reading?
No further second readings, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Not yet.
Committee of the Whole?
No, it's the third reading. Madam Speaker, I now move that the House resolves itself as a committee of the whole with the chairman in the chair.
Second.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole in the chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. Praise God. I'll see you guys later.
Excuse me.
And also with you.
Go to revenue first.
Committee of the Whole.
Oh, Mr. Deputy, seeing that it's now the 1 o'clock hour, I ask that the House meets beyond the 1 o'clock hour. May I have a second?
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue past the 1 o'clock hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 1 o'clock hour.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the Appropriations Revenue Account Expenses 2023-2024 Bill 2023 long title be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I now move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I now move to the schedule of the heads of expenditure. Move that Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Sections 1, 2, and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 1, 2, and 3 of the bill be agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Heads 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while I know that the bill doesn't speak to the revenues, I did have a couple of questions on the revenue section, if the government would allow just 1 or 2 questions on the revenue section. Right. So this would be under notices. So y'all not prepared to answer questions on the revenue at this time? I'm trying to understand when would I be able to do it?
No, you did it the last
But
time.
notices would come.
You're asking
at the very
questions
end.
relevant to the heads?
No,
he's not. He's asking for some
additional things.
Right.
Right, I'm asking that this does not come under the heads.
Any of the heads.
Right, but this comes under the revenue sections.
We will allow you.
In the book. So
We'll
I'm
accommodate you at the end of the heads.
at the end of the heads.
Yes.
Yeah, but it can't be notices
No.
because you're not in
No,
committee.
we understand what you're asking.
It has to be in the committee.
We understand, Justin. Cat Island will seek to accommodate you later.
Okay, so let me just quickly ask the questions and then you can answer them at the end of the heads.
But let's stick to the heads.
Under taxes and on use and permission of use of goods.
No, Mr. Deputy, we're going through the heads 1, 2, and 3. If they're not related to 1, 2, and 3, then we would ask you to defer until later.
That's it. We're gonna get to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, under
We can get to you.
this one here. So under head 3,
Okay.
item 28 21261, the Fiscal Responsibility Council. Now, I know that the Fiscal Responsibility Council, the 150,000 was moved to Ministry of Finance. But can you state what is the composition of the council now? I know that there was some indication that the chairman was no longer the chairman. And so can you state, if that's true, who is the new chairman? And when do you expect the Fiscal Responsibility Council to report?
Yes, been determined, and therefore we'll get back to you on the composition of the Fiscal Responsibility Council.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Head 003, 3 House of Assembly. I note that the electronic Hansard, the budget has been moved to 0. I know that you moved.
Which line?
Line item 2251113.
Okay.
There's nothing there for Hansard. I know that you have something under finance.
That's the
But
Ministry of Finance.
I know you have something under finance, but is Hansard now completed? And if it's not, when will it be? And if it is, will we be able to get report from Hansard now within 2 to 3 days versus weeks?
The Hansard is at the present time being reviewed because there's a new system that's required. And so we expect to, under the Global Fund and Ministry of Finance, we expect to make that change very shortly. And once that is done, then that will arrive at where you want it to be, where we could have work from the Hansard delivered within a couple of days as opposed to the time it takes now.
Yeah, work with the Hansard has been going on for some time. And there's still challenges in terms of trying to get reports.
Yeah, the system
may take weeks. And the system was problematic. And that's why monies were placed in the budget to ensure that the Hansard would have been completed. Now, I am aware that you have monies in the budget, in finance. But my concern is 2-3 weeks to receive a report is not productive moving forward.
I am advised that some equipment was ordered, but we have not yet to receive the equipment. But as soon as we do, it's for the benefit of us all, so that we can move the process much more quickly. Fully understood.
On the same head, 2251337, I note that operation facilities and other services was reduced. Can you explain that? Why the reduction there?
178 and 106.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
More efficiencies in the overall spend.
Thank you, honorable member.
You don't even believe that.
Move for approval. Move the approval. Go ahead. Go ahead, 1, 2, and 3. Forbes.
No.
Tell him to move on.
Huh? The head is agreed.
Section 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I thought they said that.
We might. We might just do that.
Sections 1, 2, and 3 be agreed.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
But they ask questions. They put the question.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that hedge 1, 2, and 3 is agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Hedge 1, 2, and 3 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that heads 4 through 10 be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that hedge 4 through 10 be agreed. As many as are the chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Mr. Deputy, head 4, Department Auditor General. I note that permanent and pensionable has increased just slightly. Line item 211101, salary, permanent pensionable, wages. Pensionable has moved upward only slightly, especially when compared with 221. The Auditor General's request and demand has always been shortage of staff, and that was supposed to be corrected. But I note that most of the increase has been salary and contracted workers. So using this, the new method moving forward, contracted workers, as opposed to the request by the Auditor General. He has repeatedly said they were short-staffed and needed permanent. I know that you've moved them into a new facility, and we appreciate that. But the staffing has been a problem, but it's still contracted. Will that be corrected? Or is that new?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
That's not actually factually accurate. The increase in permanent and pensionable goes up by roughly 150 as a percentage. It's higher than the increase in the percentage of salaried contract workers.
Yeah.
So if he asks for more permanent and pensionable as a percentage, he's getting more.
You see what I said? Permanent and pensionable moved slightly up. The Auditor General was requesting from we were there, permanent and pensionable staff. Contracted, no, he needed a lot more. Contract, and that's why he needed new facilities, new location. Permanent contracted still remains high and moved up. Why couldn't some of the permanent pension of the contracted move to permanent and pensionable? Oh, dear.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The former Minister of Finance would know that it would be easier and faster to contract employees than to put them through the permanent and pensionable system. What's most important, though, is that the government is committed to providing the resources for the Auditor General that he needs.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to 5, could the minister elaborate on what are the special employment projects? 2111204.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gate.
2111204, special employment projects. This is a consolidation of all of our employment projects, which includes the PSPEP, the college recruitment, the summer employment program. This is a consolidation of all of those programs under this line item, sir.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
And same head, 0005. I note that item 2251302, building maintenance has moved up over 3 million%.
No. $3 million. $3 million.
You move from 0 to 3 million, so it's 3 million%. So you moved up by $3 million. Is this a private contract? Because that's a building owned by NIB. Is this a private contract? And was it sent out to bid?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, this is a new line item to this head, and we have cabinet conclusions for the projects that were moved from another ministry to this ministry, and this is specifically, as it is noted, building maintenance, specifically for remediation projects as approved by the cabinet.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
So why would that not be under Ministry of Works? On what basis? Could you justify why it is not in Ministry of Works and why it is there?
For accommodations. Right. If you look, and this is a sum that's put in there for mold remediation of government buildings, various buildings.
It's for mold remediation.
And various buildings and accommodations. Okay. I thought you said it. Yeah.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
That'll be a long day. After I'm finished with this, that's it. Deputy, item 2281184. Same it. 2281114. Professional development. I agree. We need more professional development within the public sector, and that's going up. 84. Could you explain to me what programs you have in terms of professional development? Because you've slightly increased it, and definitely it's increased quite a bit compared with 2021.
So Deputy, this line item, professional development, has moved up by 15% because as we are facilitating promotions, reclassifications, confirmations, that goes in tandem with training. So we are facilitating training for senior managers throughout the public service and junior staff. We also are completing an AS assessment. FAS assessment is planned, and other assessment are planned, and that falls under this line item, sir. So along with moving people up, we have to make sure that they're properly trained and assessed.
If I go back now to wages and salaries, 211101, permanent pensionable, you went up by over $1 million, so I can assume that you will hire quite a number of people. But you think that slight or that small amount of professional development that you have allotted would be sufficient for this mass increase in permanent? Yes. Oh Jesus, this is a long day. Don't answer. One more. 2831105. Same head. I ain't finished yet. Insurance premiums and government personnel. I note that there's a decrease. Insurance premium, 70 million, my apology. Can you explain that when government is insuring quite a number of its personnel, group insurances, etc., union agreement? Is that increase reflective of the money's decrease? Is that decrease reflective of the loss of insurance that the security branches would have?
It's a question.
It's a question.
This matter is not as a matter of us decreasing any insurance. This is a matter of us renegotiating and ensuring that we're getting the best value for money for the insurance policies of the government.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Under the same head, item 27311101, pensions to officials. It went up slightly by 4 million. The government had announced a plan or program where you wanted to put in place a contributory pension. Can you state what is the status of that? And if you have worked out what that contribution might be, and when do you anticipate bringing that into force?
A negotiation. We're still working out the parameters, the discussions regarding that, speaking to the stakeholders, but I assure you it's coming very, very soon because our current plan is unsustainable.
That point, that would only affect those new employees.
Yes.
But it would not affect those present employees unless they choose to.
So as I spoke to comprehensively in my communication, that would be, the contributory pension would be for new hires to the public service, but current hires would have the opportunity to also participate in the program if they want to improve their pension status.
Also, under the same head, 211101, salary, permanent and pensionable, where it went up by over $1 million. How many employees do you anticipate bringing on this year with that figure? And the same question, well, for that, under that increase, yeah, how many new employees you anticipate bringing on? And which departments do you anticipate bringing on these new employees?
So this increase of 16% is as a result of the work we've been doing. The minimum wage increase is incorporated in this line item. The correction of the 2016 salary and adjustments, on-point adjustments. This also speaks to the restoration of increments, and this also speaks to the mass amount of regularizations, reclassifications, and confirmations that have been facilitated through this ministry.
So not new employees?
No, sir.
Hired under delegated authority. It's my understanding that once those persons have had no adverse evaluation, they would in fact be made, you would continue along the path of permanent and pensionable. Where in the budget, since you're saying it's not this line, where in the budget is that reflected? That those persons, because it's now been nearly two years for some of them.
That is reflected in this line. The last thing I noted was this incorporates the regularization, reclassification, confirmations of employees. So that's incorporated. That's the persons that would have already been facilitated in that exercise. This is ongoing. So this is what is reflective of all of those we've already basically confirmed. Okay.
Do you know exactly or roughly what those numbers are relative to persons who've been confirmed?
No, I can't give you that. I'll have to give you that at another time.
Okay, no parameters, low end, high end.
They're across the spectrum. They're across various ministries and posts.
I mean, in terms of numbers, how many on the low end?
I'll get back to you on that.
No, I don't want the
Under head 6, 2241-207, ceremonial events, which went down from 5 million to 3.4 million. Ceremonial events, 224-1207. Two questions. One, will the government provide a detailed report in terms of your expenditure for the 50th year events, and will you lay that expenditure on the table? And two, are you still proceeding with the jackets that were for members of parliament?
The yellow jackets, I was taped up, so I know it's true. I was taped up.
No, I said in my contribution that I didn't want, but I think I'm asking for the public whether or not you are still proceeding with providing jackets for members of parliament. I know I said no, but I don't know whether you are still proceeding. We on this side said no. Everybody on this side said no. So No. So I'm asking whether or not the government is still determined to pay for jackets for members of parliament. This is the Ministry of Finance.
The chair recognized the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Chairman, in the question, the member indicated he was not interested in having a jacket. And therefore, it's a moot question, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognized the honorable member for Marco City.
Right. Again, Mr. Deputy, we're asking about the government's money, the people's money. So it's not a moot question if we decide that we're not taking advantage of it. So we'd ask. So could you say that on your? So the Prime Minister
is no.
No, which would he answer to what is no? Which is the government is not. So the government is saying that it will not pay for the jackets. That's correct.
East Grand Bahama asked whether there was going to be payment for the jackets. The answer is no.
Thank you, honorable member.
No, we didn't want those yellow jackets.
The chair recognized the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
No.
Yes.
So going for Kent.
Yes. So Deputy, with respect to the secretariat, the independent secretariat, are there any public servants that are on the secretariat, and are they also receiving honorarium? National Independent Secretariat 224-1262. Are any of them receiving honorarium, those persons who are public servants already? Or this is others other than public servants? You get back to us on immigration. When you get back to us on immigration, we can come to that.
Not at
the
this
chair
time.
recognized the honorable member for
Not at this time.
Exuma.
No. Correct.
The chair recognized the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Under head 7, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, under line item 211102, salary contract workers, it went down. How many employees does this reflect? And what is the reason for it going down?
Back to you on the actual number as to how many employees in terms of the decrease. I'll get back to you on that specific number.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
On page 53, heading 2241207, ceremonial events. Going back to head 6, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think the opposition government leader wanted to do 1 through 10 all at once, so there will be some going back and forward. We have under 222 and 223 ceremonial budget amount of $3,192,882 in 22 and 223. That's this past budget that we're finishing now. There was $5,003,456 allocated. It's always been my understanding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the budget for our Jubilee independence ceremonies was in the range of $8 million, which would be what you find when you total last year's budget, which we're finishing now, and the last year's budget and the $5 million. But in 23-24, that's the upcoming year, we're still spending another $3,400,000. So when you total all those amounts together, that comes out to $11 million. Is there any reason that the budget for 23-24 is estimated at $3 million, if not only to continue the Jubilee celebrations?
I'll respond to this because he's taking actual numbers with budgeted numbers from last year, adding them together, and then taking the budgeted numbers from this year. Last year, in this period here, we're only spending the $3 million one, which you said. That will be added to the $3,000,004, what we have allocated, but then we may not use that full amount as the 5 million wasn't used what was approved. So if you're looking at just approved figures, the approved figures are the 5 million plus the 3 million for this year, what a total, the 8 million.
What you
But
assume?
we didn't use the entire 5 million, which shows what we used up until March of this year, which is only the 3 million one. Okay. No, well, I'm responding to him because he's adding all three together. That's why I told him, you can't add all three of the lines. Yeah, all right?
Speak to the Fox, man, not what it's probable.
So we have, thank you, Saldan Ross. So we have the 3,192,822 plus the 3,407,701.
Correct.
Correct?
Yeah, the 3.4 is not spent, yeah.
Thank you, South Andros. Now, in 2024-25, we have an additional 2 million. Before we had the 50th Jubilee, the budget in 2021-2022 was 931,000, less than a million. Why in 2024-2025, long after our Jubilee, are we still spending an additional million to what we customarily spent under this line item?
Again, I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. You're looking at actual figures, and then you're looking at what's allocated. In 2024 and 25, 2 million is allocated.
It's an estimation.
No, listen. And then in 2021, what he spoke about with the 900,000, that's all what was spent in that year. The allocation for that year was around 2 million also. So that's why I'm saying. And he could see it in this year when we allocated 5 million, but only spent 3.192 in this year. Yeah.
So what is anticipated in the 2024-2025 allocation?
We could speak to 20.
Well, I could say we're speaking to 2023 and 2024, where we put in the actual 3.4 million. And what you see are preliminary forecasts for 2024, 2025, which we just placed the 2 million in for that year, and also 2025 and 26 for all ceremonial events, what'll happen. We're preliminary proposing, but next year, you may see an adjustment to that figure up or down based on what we're faced with that year.
Okay, so when you come up with the preliminary proposal, what is being factored in? I heard Freetown talking about graduations. What goes into a $2 million proposed amount?
We'll itemize it at a later date for you, sir.
It should be itemized somewhere already though, right? Notices? It's itemized somewhere already, but not available to the public through the House of Assembly? It's somewhere, but not here. It exists, but it's not evident.
Chair recognizes Honorable Member from Marco City.
That's all it is. Mr. Deputy, item 2251301, page 56, that's head 7. Or under maintenance and support.
Which line item?
In 2022, 2023, it was 0. Just wondering what accounts for the 570,000. 2251301. Zero for the 3 previous periods.
Okay, Marco City government speaking to funding provided for the implementation of the civil registry and the case management system that I spoke about in my debate.
Thank you. With respect to fees and other charges, just above that are 2251128, fees and other charges. In 2022-23, that was 1,982,700. Wanted to understand it dropped off to 118,950.
This would speak to funds provided for bank service charges and payment of bar association fees. East Grand Bahama should be familiar with that. We have to pay for your bar association membership, notary licenses, so on and so forth. So the decrease reflects supplementary funding provided during 22 and 23 for the payment of the professional fees, expenses and support services, etc. Those, yeah.
So those fees are no longer due, in other words, again.
Yeah.
Deputy, Mr. Deputy, just above that, 225-1115, consultancy services. 225-11115, consultancy services. There was an allocation of 2.25 million. You spent 678,000, and you've allocated the same amount, the same 2.2 million. What is that consultancy services for?
These would be for matters involving external legal services. So when we have to consult, we get consultants from across the waters, UK consultants, so on and so forth.
So could you indicate then which services you would pay for the previous year?
Well, I will have to get back to you on that. The actual listing of,
Last year, what you paid for last year?
Yeah.
So the 678 you didn't hire any new counsel for last year. Everything was previous.
That would be under salary. Yeah.
Remember that?
So could you show us the increase for your present victimization? You have that figure?
Which victimization?
The same one she's talking about.
No.
Oh, this is different. I'm sorry, I forget there's a different rule for the PLP.
The chair recognized the Honorable Member Forson Barnabas.
Who do they work for?
Head number 008, item number 2. Sorry? 8? Yes. Head 8, 00. 8, 8, I said 8.
Don't mind, stay focused.
Line item number 225-1134, special projects. Can the minister explain the variance from 450,000 to 1 million? 225-1134, special projects.
What are the projects?
From 450,000 to 1 million. $225-1134. Page 59.
So you want to break down? I will have to consult with them, and I could get back. You want a breakdown of all of those special projects? Yeah.
008. The minister had spoken so eloquently during this debate about legal aid and about how more assistance must be provided. I was looking to see the legal aid move more like on par with Princess Margaret Hospital, so that most, if not all, people can be assisted. You have a lot of individuals, land items, for example, individuals losing their land, but this legal aid does not provide services for those individuals. You've only increased by about 120,000, but I was expecting a broader base increase so that you can assist. That's item 2721108. Legal aid. Yeah, but you spoke about increasing, especially broad base, to deal with a lot of individuals. And I was looking at what about a lot of individuals who lose their land, etc., and they have no form of legal assistance. So we were looking for a further increase in legal aid. No. Want to go more?
On, Mr. Deputy, the numbers actually doubled because it was 341,000 in this year, and we took it up to 700,000.
No, that's the bid year you're looking at. That's
No, that's the actual expenditure of 341,000.
Yeah, but you would have to use the.
He asked about the increase, even if we take it and divide it by 9 times it by 12, that'll still only be 400,000.
Previous year, which was 578. What I'm saying is the increase is only about 120,000, but the minister spoke
Based
so
on
eloquently.
allocation.
I was looking to see. Assisting individuals legally. Princess Margaret Hospital basically is a health aid to assist all, public, private, etc., especially public. I was looking for something increasing toward that, the legal component of the health component.
Take that into consideration. Thank you.
One more question. 272-1109, Victim Care Fund. What type of victims do you assist there? We have all these rape victims, domestic violence, etc. What's the bulk of this? There are a lot of victims. The bulk of this is spent in which category?
I can get the specific category for you, but you very eloquently just now outlined some of them.
Right,
you know, there are different based on the matters that appear before the court as you just outlined, but I could get specifics for you if that's what you require. But as you noted, as you would have noted, if you a bit persons present themselves, and it's a case-by-case establishment depending on what you can afford to cover. But as per Kalani's inquiry, I will seek to get the answer for that for you in short order as to the detailed categories of victims.
The question that was asked is very valid. As was pointed out, a lot of individuals may not know that it exists and how to assess it. And once we know the categories, especially 80% may be victims of domestic violence or murder, I don't know. And those individuals will now see that there is an avenue for them to receive assistance.
But thank you again, East Grand Bahama, for your observation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not, this is my second time going through the heads as a member of Parliament, but I do recall last year that there was more accountability from ministers to actually provide proper answers to the questions that are raised. What we're getting a lot of, I'll get the list, I'll provide it at a later date, or that's a very good observation, eloquently stated. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'm going to take us back to the consultancy services under Head 7, which is head item number 225-1115 on page 56. You're going up to an amount of $2,250,000. The description of the cause was foreign 225-1115. It's gone up significantly. It's the same thing as what was it the previous year? No, that's this year. What was it the previous year? The previous year in 2021, 2022? What was the amount in 2021, 2022? I'm trying to ask my question, but the gentleman's telling me it's the same. So I'm gonna adjust my question. Okay, so it's the same as last year, but in 2021, it's more than almost $1 million more. And these, so far, the description has been given as foreign contracts, foreign persons employed, external. What would come under external in this case? Outside of the AG's office. So that's about $1 million more since you guys have come into government. What is the increased need for external services since the last administration was in office?
You want names?
You have an AG's office.
No.
Now you have $1 million more that's having to be given out externally.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, Sinance, the member for South Central Andros pointed out what I call your approach to this exercise. What you're looking at is the actual expenditure in 2021, 2022, not what was allocated in that year. I don't have that number here with us, but that was what was actually spent. So when you look at the budget head, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. The first column is provisional actual expenditure for 2021, 2022. We don't have the actual was allocated for that year, but you will find in some cases you would have overspent and sometimes you would underspent. So you cannot look at what was actually expended and say that the estimates for this year or next year going forward is more than that. There's two different concepts here. That's what we know we spent. This is what we are estimating that we might spend going forward. And so when you look at the top, you see provisional actual expenditure. That's one column. Then you have the second column, which deals with expenditure for 2022, 2023, but only for 9 months, July to March. And they're the provisional actual expenditures that we have pointed out there. So that's a different column. And then the 2022, 2023 revised approved estimates. And then the estimates for 2023, 2024, which we're dealing with now. These are the allocations. This is what we're anticipating that we may need to spend. But during the course of the year, we may not spend what is allocated. And so let's look at the columns in that vein.
Okay, so all that taken into consideration, there's at least 250,000 which could best be described by your side as a cushion.
Pardon me?
There is 250,000 that could best be described as a cushion.
No, it's 2.2.
2,250,000. When you add up the first two columns, that roughly comes out to 2 million. So that leaves it.
Again, that's not talking to us. You can't do it that way.
What are you projecting to spend in 2022, 2023?
2.25 million. 2.25 million.
2.25 million.
Yes.
Okay. Look at the first column.
Yeah.
That's what was actually actual spend.
Yeah.
Second column.
In that 2020.
Yeah. Second column is what actual spending for 9-month period in 2022, 2023.
Right.
And then the revised approved spending, that's to carry us through
to the end of this month.
A few more days.
Yeah.
Is an additional.
Not a few more days, from March.
Is an additional 2,250,000. So you could end up spending the third column plus what you've already spent the second column, right? Okay, so you could end up spending the third column less the second column. You could end up spending the third column less the second column, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So that's roughly 675,000 off of 2,250,000. Okay. So what's the difference between that and the first column? That's roughly 250,000. I know, but what I'm saying is the difference between what was spent in 2021 and 2022 compared to what is likely to be spent in 2022, 2023, a few days left, is still going to be about $250,000 off. You spent you have an estimated amount of $2,250,000. And you've already acknowledged that you spent $678,182. Okay, so that means that you have remaining of your available third column, you have $1,571,818 left. From what you've actually spent so far to what you have left, you have $1,571,818.
Available.
That alone is more than the first year. So it's anticipated, because you guys came up with this $2,250,000 figure, that more, considerably more, in my opinion, especially when we go through these little maintenance and publication accounts where there's only a difference of $5,000 or $15,000. This is significantly more than what was spent in that first column year. Or what is available to be spent now is significantly more. Why is that? What are you anticipating? What are you anticipating? If it's not spent, you still put it aside. You still put it aside under a budget.
No, but I can help you, Senator.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I know that Sinan's actually did litigation with me. And so a clear example of this, so he'll understand this. A clear example is that the Privy Council handed down a decision on citizenship. The costs that are incurred in that were not incurred this year, will not be incurred next year, but will be paid next year. And so sums that are being paid aren't always incurred in the year in which they are paid. And so to talk about meeting a lot of bills unpaid, the government solicitors, the government lawyers, and awarded costs, all of that would now have to be paid at some time before people take drastic action for enforcement. The point that is being made, though, is in the year where the $900,000 was actually spent, $2.5 million may have been allocated in that year. And so what he's looking at is allocations. And it may all be spent, or $800,000 may be spent, or $900,000 may be spent. What is being allocated is $2.5 million. And some of what is going to be spent is going to be the cost of defending some lawsuits that you all never should have bought.
Now, that's Mr. Chairman, that's a poor attempt at explaining the situation. There's political rhetoric in there. I mean, you have a budget where you have several ministries. Some ministries have actually had their budgets reduced, but we've got a significant cushion in this line item alone under the Office of the Attorney General. And we're talking about, well, when people become citizens now because of the recent Privy Council ruling, there'll be costs to be paid. Those won't be paid this year, they'll be paid in future years. So that might explain what's going to be going on for 2024, 2025. But I want to know why we're so comfortable setting up such a large amount under this head, under the Office of the Attorney General, when other ministries, other government departments have had their budgets reduced. If we can't say that we've gone up with our allocation because we anticipate there will be costs, and tell us what those anticipated costs are, the Office of the Attorney General is very, very fortunate because it has money that isn't identifiable, available to it in case it becomes an expense that needs to be paid. But I think that even the Ministry of Social Services, I know last year and maybe even this year, has had their budgets reduced. Why are we reducing the budgets of some ministries, adding absorbent amounts to a different ministry, and we can't even tell the people why we put all of that money there? Because of bills y'all left in place, because of citizenship bills that won't become payable this year. All I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that when we're getting responses, it may seem like a tedious task. We all knew this was part of this budget process. Let's have the ministries respond with some detail for the benefit of the people, because some ministries have had their budgets reduced. Let's not be nonchalant. Let's give detail to the people. That's what we're elected for.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rum Kingston, Salvador.
First of all, we have to appreciate the exercise that we engage in. And the members is clearly demonstrating a lack of appreciation of the process that we engage in. These are budgetary exercises. These are allocations, not spent. Right? This is not money spent, or it's just an estimate of what is likely to be spent. And very often, all is not spent. Right? We take a number of factors into account. Now let's deal with the line item that you are making much ado about. There's no increase in that line item, none at all. And you start off on the premise that there was such an increase, but there's been no increase. Let's accept that and move on, right? And the fact of the matter is, I cannot stand up here and say all the lawyers or the consultants that was there. But in due course, if you're seriously interested, go and visit the Attorney General's office. You're the shadow Attorney General, right? Go and see them and sit down and say, look, I'm concerned. Now we'll be better. We'll be better than you all. We'll let you know. We'll let you know. Because, at one point in time, we kept asking. We never got it. How much fees were paid to some lawyers that they engaged. And they never told us. And we did it for almost 2 years. And they never, remember? Yeah, and never told us. But now you all are talking about be transparent. We are being as transparent as possible. And we will be. Listen, secret settlements? All because of what y'all did?
The Chair recognizes from a member for Centerville.
No, right.
Kalani, just on your point, as it refers to the legal aid, I forgot to mention that the legal aid is also provided through EDLS. And in terms of reaching the general public, what we have done, we've been holding community programs. We actually had an EDLS community session in Centerville at the Columbus Primary School compound, and that is happening throughout the nation. And it's going to be supplemented pro bono by the Bar Association as well, in terms of attorneys that come out and support and give legal advice on different categories. Yeah.
I would just like to see a system where the legal component is essentially comparable to the health component, so that the poor people with whatever issues they have can be assisted. And that's why they lose a lot of cases, or they lose their land because sharks go after them, and because they have no money to defend themselves, they lose it. So all I want to see is, just how we have a health component that assists the poor, we want a legal component that assists all.
The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of my, under head 009, one of the issues that I'm always having is with building maintenance and support. 009 225 1301. I noticed that we went under maintenance and support. We went from 0 to 38,700. Not sure if that is enough. One of the things we often do is we fall down when it comes to maintaining our buildings. Under 225, it's under the Court of Appeal. Under 225-1302, last year we had $8,000 allocated. This year it is zero. I noticed under head 03, with respect to Parliament, the maintenance budget is again very low. It's a hot summer. AC systems break down. Has that money been shifted? What is that? Building maintenance.
That's maintenance and support for the actual case management system.
Under building maintenance? They're under 225-1302.
Oh, two.
Yeah, from 8,000 to zero. Where has that been shifted to another ministry?
That's the three,
That was spoken about.
$3 million?
That was spoken.
We spoke to consolidation.
Yeah.
So that's covered under the $3 million that was mentioned earlier. Okay, I just was wondering. Okay. Yeah. So maintenance support is something else.
3 to 10 be approved. Yeah, maintenance and support is approved. Section 3 to 10 be approved.
What's that?
Software.
Oh, okay.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Charlotte.
Yes, under the capital budget of the Ministry of Works, item 311207, building maintenance, we have an allocation of $12.8 million renovation of various buildings for use by government agencies.
So we got it. Okay, fine. That was much more.
That was 4.
Okay. Mr. Deputy, head 10. Pardon? Oh, okay.
You said a 9?
Yeah, we went to 14.
Oh, spin doctor, you're getting confused over there. Mr. Deputy,
Medical doctor, spin doctor.
head 10. The Registrar General's Department has always been complaining about staff component. When I look at 211101, salary permanent, there's a decrease in spite of what they've been requesting repeatedly. There's no change in contract workers. But if you also look at 2251115, consultancy service, whom they may have hired outside, that has decreased. So this is contrary to what they've been requesting repeatedly, increase in staff component.
That's summed up to attrition, really. Persons leaving, we're losing them to the private sector. So, we have to really get out exactly retirements, debts coming from tall pines,
So if you needed any staff, then you would get it from the global fund from finance then.
That's it? Yeah. It has been moved and seconded. Yeah.
Page 63, 2251111, security service contract. Head 10, page 63. Yeah. You have column 3, revised approved estimates, 190,000. And you have estimates for 23-24, 220,000. That's an increase of $30,000. Is that due to a new contract? What is that for? Where is that contract going to serve?
That refers to payments for security services for both Nassau and Freeport. Yeah, that's just a projection.
Contracts are in writing. So when you say it's just a projection, doesn't that include everybody's contract costs? The contracts, the amounts that you're paying third-party service providers will be known when you sign the contract. I can't hear, sorry, the microphone's not picking up from your feet. What is it to do with, Mr. Deputy?
Thank you. It's conceivable that in a security contract, it's based on actual time spent, overtime, etc. For example, the security here ordinarily would not work until midnight as we intend to do today. So from time to time, there are those types of aberrations, and therefore you expect that there will be some actual difference. It's not all fixed, even though it's in writing.
Sorry.
Also on Grand Bahama, right?
It would have done that the year before too, though, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that wouldn't explain the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the best answer. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that hedge 4 through 10 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Hedge 4 through 10 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that heads number 11 and 12 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and the chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy. Head 11. Item 21111102. Salary and contract workers. I note that you have a large increase, especially if you compare with 2021. There's a large increase of salary and contract workers. Can you explain to me whom these individuals represent? Because since you go through this budget and you make an assessment, you would have hired well in excess of hundreds of contract workers, and that would be discerned as we move through.
This increase would have been foreshadowed and is required, some of it, by the Mental Health Act. And so we're hiring mental health professionals for the first time in the correctional facilities. A psychiatrist to be director of psychiatric services, a number of psychiatrists to assist him, psychologists, psychiatric nurses, nutritionists. It's directed towards professional medical staff, particularly psychiatric staff, and for the first time, a nutritionist to look after the nutritional balance in the prison. Correctional facility, sorry, shortly.
We brought in the Mental Health Act, and we're now bringing the act into force in stages. When we look at psychiatric services at the correctional facilities, we realize that there's a lot of individuals going to the prison who are not properly assessed. And so the amount of psychiatric cases at the prison has increased, and we're working very closely with his ministry to put in place a team at the prison to ensure that these individuals, after being brought through the courts, are fully assessed, and the coordination between the Sandals Rehabilitation Center and the prison is properly coordinated, because under the new act, when we bring it into force, there's a lot of people who are held at our psychiatric facilities who eventually will have to be discharged. Once the parameters in place and the coordination for family members who are willing to accept individuals are in stream. So this is all a part of the implementation of the Mental Health Act so that we can do a better job in monitoring psychiatric cases at the prison.
Thank you. One other item. The same head, 2281194, license plate program. Last year, we ran out of license plate and was out of license plate for a very long time. And you budgeted, and last year was a $50,000 budget, and you ran into that problem. And you budgeted the same amount this year. Don't you think you would have needed more this year so that we don't run into the problems that we encountered last year?
I would have to check the details on that, but I'm not sure of what you speak. The Ministry of Transport pays for the production of the license plate. That there are payments to the residents who work on it. And that line item is, it seems to be, when one look at the actual figures and the provisional, seems as if that's a constant budgeted allocated amount of $50,000.
Just before the three items I wanted to raise in this head, just a follow-up on the point just raised, that we know that there is a shortage of license plates in the Family Islands. I think we just came back from Inagua, and I don't think the cars pretty much are not licensed, and there is a need for license plate. If we can go to clothing and clothing supplies, on page 65, 224-1213, there is a $60,000 increase under that particular item. Just wanted to understand what is accounting for the $60,000 difference.
To the point made under the breath, the amount for the license plate is to pay the inmates, not for the materials to make the license plate.
Okay.
That's in transport's budget and works budget. We need actually to clothe inmates, and we need to replace clothing. As I said, I invited St. Barnabas to visit the correctional facility. If you visit the correctional facility, you would see the need to properly put inmates in clothing. So for instance, we have an issue when the court sends us large number of migrants. They need to have all of their clothes discarded, and they need to be put in something that they can be properly managed. That was challenging in the past year, as they go sometimes to the correctional facility instead of the detention center. So that relates to inmate clothing.
Okay. A question just concerning the manufacturing or purchase of these, the clothes that do go out to bid. We have competitive bids for, to clothe inmates, or they are made at the prison?
As far as I'm aware, it will be something that is bid. You would appreciate that if you're talking about clothing an inmate, there are security concerns around who provides clothing for security forces and persons who are supposed to be maintained in a secure facility.
With respect to honorarium on page 64, 2112101, and if we could also connect that particular item to, on the next page, 65, 2251107, workshops, conferences, seminars, and meetings, and the item below it, 2251108, tuition, training, in-service awards, and subsistence. I know that you spoke at length about training, not just with respect to the mental health component, but otherwise to build capacity of the staff. But the honorarium, if at all it is related to guest lecturers that are coming in, et cetera, or workshops and conferences, which I presume also include travel overseas, it just seemed that it's exceptionally small amount of money that have been allocated towards training. The largest jump here is about $15,000 in the tuition, training, and in service. So I just wanted to understand how you are working that out.
I would have to get the details, but a lot of honorariums are related to persons who are performing tasks below their current classification, a part of what public service is now addressing. There is a memorandum of understanding with Corrections Canada for training. That's the first major part. And they come down and provide training for free. And the only thing that we have to do is house them. The inmates have renovated the commissioner's residence, the doctor's residence, the chaplain's residence. And when the facilitators come down, they're housed there. And so that controls cost. Much of the foreign training is provided free of charge through our friends in the US, Canada. Currently, there's an offer for some training free of charge in Italy. And so much of the training you will see of all of the law enforcement agencies, corrections, police, and defense force, we only have to cover travel and per diem, where the actual provision of the training is done for free, broadly. And so that in this one, much of it is by Corrections Canada, the American Correctional Association, Italian corrections, and it's done free of charge, and we pick up the travel.
If the minister can just answer who exactly or which ministry is responsible for purchasing food for the prison. I was just going through the items. I was looking at, for example, 224, 1205. I mean, obviously it can't be that. So I'm just wondering who provides the budget for purchasing food items. I think bread alone, in a previous discussion, is what, $40,000 a month. So I just want to get a sense of who's paying for that and where is it reflected in the budget.
And this answer would relate to a number of items across this budget, Defense Force budget as well. The Ministry of Finance now provide food, fuel, and certain other things in their budget. So any figure that you see went from a figure to zero in this year's allocation and last year is an item that finance now provides.
Yeah. Minister, since you mentioned that, I have a concern with finance providing food, paying for fuel, etc., Defense Force, police, because finance pays or mobilizes the funds slowly. And as a result, you have had situations where Defense Force vessels were in port both in Inagua, Bimini, and some other island. They could not move because Defense Force had not, the Ministry of Finance had not mobilized the funds for them to purchase fuel. So they were just stagnant or stationary for 2 weeks, could not move. And the same problem with the food.
That's not possible.
I'm telling you what happened. Don't say it's not possible. I'm telling you what happened. All right, I can give you dates. I can give you dates. You're saying it's not possible. I'm saying it happened. Defense Force vessels could not move from Bimini and Long Island, and I can give you the dates, for at least 2 weeks because they could not access the monies from finance in a timely manner to fill their tanks. And the same situation with finance paying for food. Defense Force could not move for days because finance, the government has a poor credit rating in terms of with certain stores, and finance paying late as opposed to when the monies are allotted to the various ministry, then they can pay it in a timely fashion and follow the invoices as they receive them. So that's a challenge.
I can help Kalani. There was provision last year, again this year, and we're not in that head yet, for purchases on those islands that central processing doesn't serve. If Kalani knows of any one of the vessels, because we have a small boat unit in Bimini, and the large vessels generally victual in New Providence or Grand Bahama with food for their whole tour of duty. So if he can provide me with those incidences, I could certainly find out which officer fell down on provisioning vessels that were commanded to sea. But the large vessels are either serviced here in New Providence or in Grand Bahama. And when you get to head 32, you will see that there's provisions for victualling in Bimini, Inagua, and Abaco separately from central purchasing.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, shouldn't the various ministries be given their monies so that they can purchase their fuel and their food in a timely fashion, as opposed to establishing a poor credit rating because of the delay in finance? And in May, the vessels could not move for at least 2 weeks because no one on those particular islands would sell them fuel because of the history of finance. So all I'm saying is, should that money not be given to the various ministry so that they can follow
I'm questioning
and pay
the
in a
accuracy
timely
of your
fashion? I'm just giving you,
assertion.
no, I'm
I'm asking
accurate.
you to provide me with the information.
I'm just telling you it's May. Now you can go to your ministry
I'd
and
like to
find
know.
out, but I'll give it to you afterwards.
Yes.
I'll give it to you
Pull the
afterwards.
file and give it to me. Pull the file.
I'll give it to you afterwards.
Recognize, I'm waiting for you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head 12, item number 2111102, salary contract workers. The government is projecting an increase in salaries for contract workers. Are there particular projects or a particular project that the Parliamentary Registrar Department will be engaging in for the need for increased contract workers?
Again, that is an allocation. It was mentioned, I believe, in my contribution that we're looking at digitization, we're looking at automation. And so those are substantial projects that we need to have sorted out, and we need to have sorted out in time for the next general election, so y'all can have no question
Next year?
about your loss.
About our loss? Take it up another way too.
Be recognized?
Chair recognizes
Sorry.
the honorable member
I was
for
waiting to be
Central
recognized.
Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Back to head 11011. Under domestic travel and subsistence. I noticed under 2211101, air transportation of persons within the Bahamas, so 20,000. And I want to wrap all three of these up into one. Subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas, 2211110, went from 5,000 to 50,000 this year. And when you compare air transportation with persons within the Bahamas and persons outside of the Bahamas, the numbers are pretty much the same. Can you explain how the subsistence jumped substantially, and also why there's similarities between the air travel between those two?
Figures relate, and when people don't appreciate the need for a virtual court, when a prisoner travels to the family island, he has to be accompanied by a correctional officer who has to have accommodation and who has to have per diem. And if the inmate stays over, that's for the police. But as we have to currently carry inmates to these courts, backward and forwards, sometimes only to be told, come back a different date. Those are the costs associated with that exercise.
And that's adequate?
There have been challenges and there were complaints from Grand Bahama about inmates not being brought up for their court dates. And this is to ensure from an allocation standpoint that the allocation is there. Once you have a proper virtual court, one would expect to see this allocation fall.
And the air travel outside the Bahamas and inside the Bahamas is the same?
Yeah. No. Outside is for officers traveling for training.
Much the same?
That's an allocation.
Oh, allocation, okay.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Head 12, item 2251118, election expenses. it was an allocation of 112.
Sorry.
It has gone up to
Expenses.
355.
Hold on.
Head 12,
Election charges.
2251118, election expenses. It was an allocation of 112. It went up to 355.
Say what? Get up and say that. Get up and say that. Tell him get up and say that. Say it on the floor.
It's good. It's good to have some levity to this, you know. It's good to have some. It's good to make, you know, good to have some levity to this. But to your previous point about digitization. So, as I can recall, there was some discussion about digitizing the election process. And I know that your member for Centerville is working on a digital ID. What is the, sorry, Bain and Grantstown was working on the electronic ID. I believe that if we are going to digitize the election process, that all of the political parties, all of the major political parties, ought to be involved from the beginning of that process, so that all of us you could have buy into that process, so that there isn't going to be any unnecessary disputes when it comes time to roll it out. So is it possible for, when you are proceeding with digitizing the election process, that all sides are a part of the committee that decides on how this should be? Because in looking at working this whole digitization process, you know, you have to be in on it from the beginning to understand the matrix, understand the workings of it before it gets to the point where where you are ready to implement it. So can the opposition be involved? Can we understand what the process is? Can we understand how the electronic ID is going to be affect this, so that we can also be a part of this? I think there are two major political parties. There might be another one that you may want to involve in it as well. But we would also be, as I said, there are two major political parties. So I think the two major political parties ought to be involved with it.
Be aware that governments are continuous. I'm bad for not canceling stuff that y'all started. This was a project that had its framework under the previous administration. It has been moved forward. If you consult the chairman of your party, you will find that the parliamentary commissioner consulted him and called him in for a meeting before he consulted the chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party. And so the parliamentary commissioner is independent. I try not to interfere with him. At the end of the day, East Grand Bahama, your chairman has been consulted. My understanding when I'm briefed by him is he intends to continue consultation with the chairman of your party going forward.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that hedge 11 through 12 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Hedge 11 through 12 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that heads 13 through 16 be agreed.
Second.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy. Head 13. Salary contract workers.
Which item?
Item 211102, head 13. That has increased by well in excess of $1 million. Is that for non-resident foreign service diplomat? And how many new posts for these foreign diplomats, non-resident, has been established, created? And what value do they bring? And in the past, they were not paid. They're paid now, and how much are they being paid? And as a follow-up to that, waiting for those answers, as a follow-up to that, will you be bringing in soon, I would hope, a new Foreign Service Act? Because the Foreign Service should not be under public service, not under general orders. It's very difficult to measure them under that component under general orders. So I would hope that you would bring forth a Foreign Service Act whose salary scales and everything are completely different, so that we can encourage more people to join the Foreign Service. But I'm waiting for the first answer.
First of all, the increase is because of this continuing complex world we live in. This complex world that we live in, that requires connectivity between various countries, representation, personal contact is a necessary ingredient into strengthening relationships. And yes, that is to cover new initiatives in the foreign service field. That is why the increase. First point I make. The second point, in respect to the Foreign Service Act, I finished it up. I don't have it in my head. We don't have it here. But if you want, we can get it to you. But all I'm saying, no, please. What do you mean, how much did they pay?
Same amount as you paid.
See, no, less than what he was paying. No, we were paying less than he was paying. So,
less than.
Yeah, far less than he was paying.
Non-residents.
Non-resident diplomats. And now I'm asking, are they paid? And how much are they paid? I understand you would have to get back to us with respect to the number of posts that created. I accept that.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to know the payment.
Non-resident ambassadors, some are paid and some are not. The ones who are paid will be the ones that will be engaged in active duty and work in the jurisdictions in which they've been appointed. They're not non-resident because at this time we can't afford to open up an actual embassy for them, but they will be actively engaged in matters of diplomatic issues and initiatives that concern the jurisdiction in which they are appointed. So that's the first thing.
But we want to know how much they're paid, even if
how
you
much
give us a broad base.
No,
even if you say they're paid yearly, 50,000 to 100,000, and that depend on the type of work and the involvement.
It ain't gonna be no 100,000. That's what you've been paying, right? But
I just threw a number out there.
No, the number I think will be anywhere from 30,000 to 60,000, depending on where they are and how active they'll be. That's the parameters in which we are.
But is it possible we can get? Is it possible we can receive that information as to the non-residents that are being paid in which areas and whatever else? We just basically want to have a better understanding of foreign affairs.
But to have a better but if you want an understanding of foreign affairs, you don't need to know what's being paid. You have to understand policy. You have to understand the reasoning why, because you are paid very little attention to foreign affairs matters. And let me give you, that's why I get to your second question about the Foreign Service Act, right? When we left office, no, not when we left office, when we were fired in 2017, right, we had already set in motion the process of the Foreign Service orders. we have a foreign service audit that has been in place. You all abandoned it, did nothing about it.
We didn't
Right?
abandon it.
I tell you, well, we met nothing there. And yes, and the makings of an act was in place. Now, the minister is now reviewing that. I mean, we have other things to be dealt with. That was not a priority, but the orders are, foreign service orders in place. And we're hoping in very due course to as it were, legislate it in due course. And I'm happy to see that you will support such a move. And we thank you for it.
Mr. Deputy, do not let the record reflect that we abandoned. That's not true.
What you did?
All right? We did not complete it. That's a difference. And so I'm asking, we are, well, I can only speak for myself. We were, when I was there, I cannot speak today, we were an advocate of the Foreign Service Act. We felt that it should not be a part of the public, we did, not a part of the public service. And it's a special entity, and they should be treated accordingly and paid accordingly. But that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
I can't speak today.
You can't speak for today. You want to speak for today?
Is that I'm interested in.
Well, he's interested in that.
Mr. Deputy, will the Prime Minister indicate where in these line items we were looking, we did not see, we're on head 13. We were looking for the figures that show the listing of all of the new ambassadors. This was a question we asked you in question and answer period. We didn't get an answer then. It was just asked once again by Kalani. So we just want to know under which of these heads. Would it be under salary contract workers that the ambassadors are reflected?
And that's where it would be. Yeah, there's another.
And when you're answering that, if that is the case, could we then say that the quantum by which it has been increased is approximately $1.4 million for all of the ambassadors that have been hired?
No, not necessarily. That's an allocation. That is what I'm making available. So as we decide which other countries that we may want to have representation, we'll do that. Right?
So
we're also thinking, we're also thinking of upgrading, for example, some of the honorary council in various jurisdictions. For example, Jamaica, Trinidad, where we have a huge student population in diaspora that's crying out for a full High Commission office. But we don't know whether we'll go that high. We just probably reposition the honorary council in each of those jurisdictions with a view of empowering them for consular services. So that is all that is taken into account there.
Go ahead.
Page 69, line item 2112106. And I want to tie that in with another line under the same head.
What's that?
We went from under education allowance.
What's this?
Head 13, page 69. 2112106. We went from almost $1 million, 882,000, down to 350,000 with respect to education allowance. I don't know if that ties into page 71, where we have head 262-11110, the Caribbean Emergency Disaster Preparedness, where we went from 85,000 to 226,000. Is that money that we're allocating to SEDEMA or?
That's SEDEMA.
The big jump.
That's SEDEMA.
That's SEDEMA? So why the jump in our payment to SEDEMA from 85,000 to the jump from 85,000 to 226,000?
To SEDEMA?
Yeah.
That is our. that's our commitment. You know, don't forget that is a country contribution. So that's a regional body to which each of us each country contributes. And
Because I know we've been consistent in our payment to Sedema.
Yeah, that is what has been assigned to us to pay, and other countries would have been paying likewise.
So with insurance benefits, we have more.
No, that's different. No, insurance is different.
Secret.
That's secret. This is Sedema.
With respect to head 14, page 74, salary workers. Can the Prime Minister explain the almost $1 million, well, $500,000 increase in that particular head? And I'm wondering whether or not the McKinsey Group is reflected in the Office of the Prime Minister or the Ministry of Finance. But since you manage both, this may be a good time to help us understand. We've asked this question multiple times before. What is the amount paid to that particular group?
That's an ongoing service that we're paying for with McKinsey Group.
Yeah.
So we don't have those numbers now. When we have the final numbers, I'll get it to you.
Sorry, Prime Minister.
You'll not find that under salary contract workers either.
Okay. So Prime Minister, even ongoing services are paid in increments. So they are paid either monthly, they are paid annually, or they are paid for the entire quantum for a contract. So I'm sure you would like to correct the record that you do not have a figure for a group of persons that the country has engaged, that you must have a sense when you're engaging them, what that rate is.
I don't have it here. I said I don't have it. Don't mean that I don't know where to find it. I said I don't have it here.
I want to go back to 13. I wasn't finished yet. This is Foreign Affairs. Item 2821403, Bahamas Alray Ramsey Institute. Are you changing the name? It was former Financial Service Institute. Are you now changing
Financial
it?
Service?
No. Foreign Service Institute. It was Foreign Service Institute. Are you now renaming it Bahamas Alray Ramsey Institute? Is that the same? So you're changing that. The Bahamas, the Foreign Service Institute. How effective is it? Lots of institutions, such institutes around the world. Some work in isolation, others work in conjunction with major institutions, and some allow the major institutions to run it for them. Are we thinking of some form of understanding with this Foreign Service Institute and UB, as is done around the world?
I'm aware that consultations been being had with the University of Bahamas in respect to foreign services training, as this is a training institution for foreign officers being conducted right now by ex-diplomats. And it's been effective for those whom we have gone through it today, and it's an ongoing training. Any officer who wish to hone their skills, anyone who would wish to, all the new employees in the Foreign Service, this will all be a part of that new act that we speak about. We'll try to incorporate all these, incorporate this institution in the act to ensure that its objectives and initiatives are set out properly, and so that anyone who would wish to join the Foreign Service will have this pathway to train. And it is a good idea, as you quite rightly point out, that they twin with other institutions around the world. And as I speak, we do have offers to send officers off to training in France and other jurisdictions just to hone the skills.
Mr. Deputy, under the same head, 13, 2621101,
operation of IMO, the International Maritime Organization. There's an allocation for $260,000. I wonder whether this is a new allocation or whether this was just moved from one head to the next. And what is that $260,000 for? And then just the second question would be 2621146, Office of the Trade Negotiator, which went up, looked like it doubled from 112 to 236. What accounts for the doubling of this figure, and what do they do? Can you give us some details as to what they are, what a description on what kind of work they do for the government?
Well, first of all, if you look under the 26200EE, and that tells you, that gives you the general, the overriding objective of the various allocations below. These allocations that follow 26200EE are grants to international organizations. They will be grants because of the various treaties and organizations the Bahamas belong to. And then they very often will assess our contribution to those organizations. So these are, and they very often, every so often, those grants and or subscriptions would be reassessed. And so, for example, the Office of the Trade Negotiator, that is the reassessment of our contribution to that, and that is to be able to access persons to discuss and to lend assistance in any of our trade negotiations that we wish to engage in. The operation.
I thought this isn't somebody who is a Bahamian who is being hired to do this? Or?
It's part of CARICOM. It's part of all the CARICOM. They have an area that deals with it. Like I say, the organizations, all the details, I could just give you the broad understanding of what it is. The details rest elsewhere, and if you need it, we could supply them to you. But generally, these are grants and subscriptions that are assessed by the bodies to which we belong. Right? The IMO, for example, and it's a multilateral issue. Yes.
So with the IMO,
so you just so for example, you understand when I say just generous, right? All of the similar kind. So if you look down the list, you'll see the organizations to which we are obligated to pay subscriptions or membership fees to, and you'll see it all there. And so, and that is what these.
But the question for the IMO, because it looks like it's a new allocation. So is what I asked was whether this was a new allocation or whether it moved from someplace else to there. And if it's new, then what sort of started this new allocation?
But that I'm not quite sure of, but I do know it's a contribution and it may be a reclassification, and I don't know it to have been any place else, but I could answer that at a later date. Yeah, sorry. The minister is here to answer that.
The IMO allocation is also in relation to, we have a new maritime attaché that's been working with the office in London, and some of the funds is in relation to his office and what he's been doing on behalf of the Maritime Authority with IMO, the International Maritime Organization, and the grants. So it's a consolidation towards that, the work he's doing there.
This person works for the IMO and we provide funds specifically to that person?
He's an attaché to our office for IMO affairs. Maritime
But he
Affairs.
works for the IMO.
The work is done on behalf of the IMO and in relation to the multilateral agreements that we now have with them through the Maritime BMA office.
Mr. Deputy, on page 75, item 2251115, consultancy services. That figure, 75, had 14, 2251115. There's been a jump from 410, 220,000 to 820, 220,000. I wanted to find out what accounts for that jump in figure in the consultancy services, and more importantly, what percentage or what portion of that is for Bahamian consultants and what portion is for foreign consultants? And then I have a follow-up, a couple of questions.
This is necessary because we have deployed 2 officers from the University of the Bahamas that work between my office. One works in my office as an advisor on environmental and climate change matters. And one works with the Minister of Health, particularly, I think, in fact, that gentleman, I think, was there from the COVID, COVID issues. He was there, I think, as a statistician, former statistician. So that is what that sum is for. And then we also have a stipend in this for former chief medical officer and a land management consultancy. We're dealing with reforming our land laws, and we have someone in to deal with that, and that's why that jumped.
The 400,000 difference. Out of the entire 820, what percentage, are there any foreign consultants that are part of that?
These are local.
All of them are local,
yeah.
okay. With respect to the delivery unit, what accounts for the difference?
Which line?
Just the line above, 2251114. And Prime Minister, while you're answering that, to just address the issue around the emissions registry, to just help the public understand what's the nature of the emission registry.
Search funds provided, CBD.
The first question is with respect to the delivery unit.
You all meet, right, sometimes?
Sorry?
You all meet sometimes, right?
Prime Minister, before you get cute with this subject, I'm asking for the Bahamian people, not about any internal matters or matters between you and I. This is about the Bahamian people. So the question is, no, so I'm asking you, for the purpose of the public, what accounts just for the increase? That's all I'm asking.
These are the proceeds of a CDB loan that are set up in there for the purpose of ensuring that the mandate of the sitting government is carried out to monitor various ministries to ensure that we meet our promises to our people.
Yes. And you have an increase by $500,000, and I'm asking about the increase. What accounts for the increase, the $500,000 increase?
Yeah, well, because the CDB is providing us with 1 or 2 more. They provide us with assistance, technical assistance, and perhaps that is because they're bringing or providing us with 2 or 3 more persons in the ministry.
So the persons who are being hired are additional, these are Bahamian or foreign persons that are assisting in the unit. And the second question while you're on your feet is if you can explain for the public the $300,000 for the emissions registry, to just give us a sense of what that is.
The emissions registry.
That is 2271003.
Yeah.
Yes.
In respect to the first question, right? They will have there'll be a mix of foreign and Bahamians under the CDB loan. And as you know, for us to hire anyone, we need to get no objection from that entity. And so they will be the ones to decide, well, perhaps you need more personnel. We will agree with them ordinarily. and they would decide who those, we'll make recommendations. This delivery unit. That's why I asked you all this talk, because you know about this. You know this, right? You know too, right?
Our private discussions are irrelevant to the public. This isn't about the whole point.
I wasn't talking to you just now, sorry. I wasn't talking about you now. Now, when you talk about the emissions registry, under our, it is required that we capture and have an understanding of the emissions that is occurring in the country. And in fact, in the new regime that we are setting up under the carbon credits and new act we have, it requires us to put in, have an emissions registry. So we're setting that up. We're going to have to hire some experts to assist us in that. And that will also include a biodiversity registry to see how we can have an assessment about the loss of biodiversity and how we could restore any aspect of that at which was lost. So that is the purpose of the emissions registry, to be able to monitor and to have recorded our CO2 emissions, and that will assist us in the offset in determining when we go to attempting to monetize what we call as our carbon credits. And so that is the purpose for that. And as you know, this is all an evolving space that is tied to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And there's still a lot of debate on a number of issues, because those who emit more are concerned about what could possibly happen at the end of the day when we get this thing right, because there are some issues of reparations that may flow from it as well.
Thank you. Prime Minister, item head 14, item number 225-1103. You see here a 4,000% increase for marketing and promotion. Is there a specific initiative or initiatives?
Marketing of, this is part and parcel of the carbon credit issues that we have to market at the end of the day. And so this is to be able to ensure that there is an allocation for that purpose, to market our carbon credits.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 13 through 16 be agreed.
The record, there's no head 15. Is that a traditional tradition? Go straight from 14 to 16? Okay, thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 13 through 16 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Heads 13 through 16 is agreed.
I now move that heads 16 through 20 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Under head 18, item 22-11101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas. There was an allocation for 229,000, and in fact you used 94,000 the first 9 months, but you have decreased it to 30,000. That can't be enough for air subsistence throughout the Family Island. So what was the reason for having it decreased so significantly?
This I think has been a reallocation. I don't have the details with me, but you're quite right, 30,000 will not be sufficient. So I'm certain that it's some reallocation, and I'll see where that may have been. The minister's here now, so he'll help me with that.
Anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, for subsistence as well, yeah. The same point with subsistence, 221110, yeah, 2 lines down. It was moved from 180 to 200, to 20.
Where's that? Talking about air transport?
Yeah, under domestic travel and subsistence.
But 2 lines above that first.
Right, so we moved a portion of, in regards to regattas and festivals from the main ministry to Department of Local Government. So some of the funding for travel would come out of that.
In the main
So we took, right, so we took, if you notice, we took Family Island Regatta and Homecomings.
Which,
right?
where we at?
It's the same head 18, 282, 1268,
Yeah,
and 282, 1626.
yeah.
So if you know that, you utilize some of that funding for travel for family islands, right?
Right.
So we just will utilize that travel, so we decrease the funding for travel for the department itself, and we'll utilize funding out of that head to accommodate.
While you're on that contribution to Family Island Regatta, and then the contribution for Homecoming, New Providence and Family Islands, which is 100,000. What is different? I mean, what was, because this seems to be a new allocation. So where did Family Island Regatta, because I know you paid for it before, so where did it come from?
It used to be in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Okay.
So we've just moved it from agriculture to local government, which would encompass Family Islands.
Is it the same amount that was in
Correct.
agriculture that
Same amount.
just moved over?
Correct.
Okay. And the contribution, Homecoming, New Providence, and Family Islands, is this,
Same thing.
is East
same
Grand
thing.
Bahama included in that,
So
that allocation?
Any island, family islands that would like to be included, and I've encouraged a number of committees throughout the country, that once you get your paperwork and you send it in, we'll be happy to accommodate you. I think this is what drives local economies throughout the family islands, and once the committee gets everything together.
So I will speak to all of the, I have about 6 councils.
And I take care of you, East Grand Bahama, you know that.
So I will ask.
You know that. You ask and you receive, man.
I will ask the 6 to speak to that.
But one thing, East Grand Bahama, one thing a lot of, I think, falls to the cracks is that a lot of committees doesn't get their paperwork. They wait till the last minute.
Yeah.
And then it ends up, so just make sure we get it
So
in time.
I have Swedenski, Plainstown.
Well, Swedenski is free.
Freetown, High Rock. High Rock has 3 of them.
Right. Yeah, Sweden's cousins.
So all I have about 6 of them. That are in East Grand Bahama.
we'd be glad, and I'd love to come to Swedenski and meet some of my family.
Swedenski is in August.
All right. Well, yeah.
With respect to the same, Mr. Deputy, with respect to the same allocation, the 1.4 for regattas, was it contemplated in light of the fact that sailing in general is a national sport, regatta being the key component of it, that this 1.4, should this not been put in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture budget so that sports then is resident in the Ministry of Sports? Was that contemplated?
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, that's where it is.
Thank you.
On the record.
Could the minister speak to head 18, line item 228-1110, local government junior council program?
Yeah. So I spoke about this during the budget debate. We are re-implementing junior local government. This is a subvention towards that. So that councils, so we'll have these junior local councils throughout the country. I think we are doing 3 or 4 in New Providence, I believe, but mainly in the Family Islands, where this funding would assist them to go through elections, nominate, have campaigns and within the schools, and there are the chief counsel, the deputy chief counsel, and a council that actually do something. In Cat Island in the past, they built a bus stop. In Cat Island, they did some stuff in Axuma, Spanish Wells. Of course, we still are asking for members on both sides who Family Island MPs to contribute. I've already committed to both schools in my constituency, North Andros, I know Central Grand Bahama as well, to help facilitate this, because I think this only could take care of 25 schools in that regard. And we'd like for it to be in all schools grades 10 to 12.
Head 17. I note that there was one in contract workers, one increase from 0 to 32,000. That's item 2111102. Is that a retiree you hired there?
Yeah.
It's a retiree. It's a PFP retiree. Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Just trying to confirm my government printing? I think he's trying to confirm my
Next one. And 018. Responsibility allowance went up quite a bit. And I'm familiar with union agreement and everything. And if it's that, it's not reflective in the hazardous allowance.
Sorry, what you said, sir?
Responsibility allowance, 2112115. It's gone up from 117,000 to 222. But what I'm 18. 18.
Oh, 18. Oh, sorry. 18.
Yeah. And my concern is even if it was a part of union, the hazardous allowance is not reflective of the union's agreement. You would expect the hazardous to move also. So can you explain that?
Which line you on?
Which line?
Head 18,
Right.
2112115, responsibility allowance,
It's a responsibility.
which moved from 117,000 to 222,000. All I'm saying is, no, hardship, hardship. It's not reflective. It's not reflective of that. Yeah, no, I meant hardship, my apology.
Successive administrations, a lot of administrators, since I took the chair, complained about not receiving their responsibility. Many administrators, their hardship, and their disturbance allowance. I mean, many administrators. So we did what we can for the responsibility. If you see, we increased by 100,000 to try to fix some of that issues. The hardship is one we're still working on. I think we have a legacy issues there. And then with disturbance, we increased that as well. So I mean, it's.
So the hardship, you're in the process of correcting.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Also under head 18 2241211, cleaning and toilet supplies. From the record, it appears that you spent $0 last year, and it was only allocated $1,000, but now you've allocated $75,000. What's the accounts for that?
So what happened under previously? Everything came from central processing unit, and then we felt in my ministry that it was necessary to spend the money where the offices are to ensure that you support the local economy there, and so that's what this is doing. So in Grand Bahama, we'll purchase supplies from Grand Bahama not from New Providence.
So,
But
this does not include Grand Bahama though?
This is local government. This is just for the local council offices. So the local council themselves, right, used to get from Central last year. So we're fixing that so that the local economies, whether it's Andros, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Cat Island, Exuma, Abaco.
Don't forget Spanish Wells.
Spanish Wells. I said Central and South Eleuthera. That they'll purchase locally. I think it's important that we drive the local economy there as well. So that's, I mean, you'll see a couple items here like that. So you'll see cleaning and toilet supplies. You'll see other supplies, materials. You'll see food, ice, and drinking water. You'll see supplies and stationery. All of those. That's under that same mantra to do that.
So, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I think that's a good thing to do. But for Grand Bahama, I think the Ministry of Grand Bahama buys all of the cleaning supplies for Grand Bahama.
For
So
all the local council officers?
I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. If local government is transferring it for
no, this is for
from
local
Central. But see, if Central was buying it first, and you are now transferring it to local government, then because Ministry of Grand Bahama already purchases the stock of all of the cleaning supplies for all of the government offices. So it may just make sense to let them purchase for local government as well.
Right. So,
in Grand Bahama.
Right, so this is just tied to, I guess we could look at that. And also, this would also help to, sometimes when some government offices might run out of something, local council will have some funding to fill the gap. Okay, say the airport or whatever.
Then there's also 225-11128, fees and other charges. There was an allocation for 79,000, and it's gone up by 200,000.
Yeah.
What are those fees and other charges that has caused it to go up?
So this would be funding to provide for expenditure for annual local government conferences and also for local government month, where we did some things throughout the communities last year, and we realized that funding wasn't enough for the month of March.
Mr. Chairman, of the 75,800 that is allocated for cleaning and toilet supplies under the local government, how much would each local council expect to receive?
This isn't allocated like that. This is from the department.
It's for that amount though, right?
Sorry,
It's for each local council to buy in their communities?
But it's from the department. So local government is different than the subvention given to each council. This is for the department to provide as necessary. So you'll send in the purchase order, whatever, and we'll provide funding as necessary. It's not a specific allocation per council that set the subvention. Because Inagua would need different than, Grand Bahama.
Are you intending on proceeding with local government for Nassau in this budget period? And if so, is there an allocation for it?
No.
Chairman, under head 16, page 77, line item 2241211, cleaning and toilet supplies for Bahamas Information Services. There's an amount allocated of $1,000. I previously worked in the Department of Physical Planning, which comes under head number 19, page 84, line item 2241211. And it only has had zero amount or $53 spent so far this year, no additional amount for this year. But for next year, it has 300. Why is there a significant difference? And how is it that $300 is all that's seen as needed to clean a facility that had, at my time, at least 13, 14 permanent employees and members of the public with their own needs for use of a public toilet facility? Is that the proper amount, or is there allocations from other budgets, ministries that go towards maintaining the building at the department?
Yeah, as you would have touched on earlier, there's the central purchasing unit that will be supplying most of the, particularly in New Providence, most of the various agencies and ministries with the material resources they need to effect the cleaning of offices. And what we did, we just left a nominal amount in these ministries in the event there's some sense of some urgency that it might be required for them to expend funds in that, under that head item. There's the central purchasing unit. There should be planning by these agencies, government agencies. They should be planning to understand what resources they can need, how much they can need it for what period, and all they have to do is source it from the central purchasing unit. But it'll be available. But what we have done is just left sufficient funds in these line item to maintain them line item and to ensure that there's something there for them to be able to access in the event of an emergency.
When I left the Department of Physical Planning, former director, Major, had spent close to a year working with one or two other individuals assigned to him as a consultant to prepare land use plans, land use policies. It's now been over 2 years. There would have been a considerable amount of money needed to finalize those plans, roll them out so that there's public consultation before instruments and documents are submitted to the minister. But there's no increase allocation for what I've been able to identify in this budget for the rollout, for the completion of the land use plan and land use policies. I'm even looking, land use plan, land use policies aside, looking at one of these line items here for, it's number 2251107 on page 84 under head 19, workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, and exhibits. So the Department of Physical Planning is involved in every major project, sometimes smaller projects, majority of smaller subdivisions, condo developments come before it as well. Residents have a chance to participate in public hearings. I would describe those as conferences. This is probably one of the most active public consultative departments that I've been involved in and seen advertisements with. Yet under 2251107, the line item for workshop, conferences, seminars, meetings, and exhibits in the 9-month period, July through March of 2022-23, had $0 spent. And in the estimated allocations for 2023-2024, has 0 allocated. So sorry, in the first 3 months had $552 spent, but now next year we're going to a different model. That's the only thing that I can consider, because there's 0 amount allocated. So I would like to hear if the minister can, for the benefit of everyone, why there's 0 allocated for workshops and conferences for the upcoming year, and what's the update on a land use plan and land use policies?
Mr. Deputy, the honorable member is correct that physical planning plays a key role in the Ministry of Works. And with respect to the work being done by Mr. Major related to zoning, and also, I might add, very significantly, that is a review of the building code. That work is under the IDB. It is under the IDB funding, and he works very closely with the IDB implementation unit, which is in the ministry, and along with a number of external consultants, they're reviewing the building code. There is an engagement with stakeholders, and there will be continuing engagement with respect to the draft revised building code, as well as proposed zoning revisions for New Providence. There's also review with respect to Junkanoo Beach and the rehabilitation of that unit, as well as studies on coastal zone in Andros, and as well as a number of other islands. So that's under the IDB funding.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if there can be information given on whether we're still proceeding with the land use plan and land use policies under the 2010 Act, some 13 years later, and of all of these town planning meetings that are held, there's even now appeals. The appeals board seems to be more active in the last year than it had been before, but all of those, I would think, require a budget allocation for them to be held under the workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, and exhibits allocation, but there's nothing allocated for that. What would that have been a line item for before that is no longer necessary in this new day?
It is indeed. I agree with you. With respect to the physical planning department, the provisions are made, and also there is provision under operation, and under the ministry itself. When we come to that, we deal with the Construction Contractors Board, the Water and Sewage Corporation, and the other related entities under the Ministry of Works. But with respect to the honorable member's question with respect to zoning, the zoning consultation will commence soon, and as the shadow person with respect to this ministry will be invited to attend the consultations as we've been doing in the past.
Thank you, Member. It has been moved and seconded that heads 16 through 20 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Heads 16 through 20 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move, Mr. Deputy, and again, we'll see the numbers of sections 21, heads 21, 22, 23, 28 be agreed.
Second.
Give me the numbers. 20.
28.
20. Yes. There's no
Is there a
25
second
and
then?
26 in there. 28.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, head number 21, item number 224-1101, notes roughly $1.5 million increase in gasoline. And the question I do have is this increase in consumption reflective of usage with the present fleet of vehicles, or it reflects an increase in the fleet, and then obviously by virtue of that, higher consumption as well?
Mr. Deputy, it includes all the increases for the year 2023 and 2024, the budgeted year, so yes, does take into account that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the member wasn't clear. I didn't get we didn't get a clear understanding of why the cost from the amount of money appropriated for gasoline has gone up by 40-something%.
Okay, well, you stated in your question whether the amount of new vehicles was included in this, as well as the increase in the fuel usage and cost was included in this, which is why I said yes. To both, yes. The new vehicles and also the cost was fixed in this cost. We took all of that into consideration in this allocation that we made for this budget period coming up.
Do we know, Mr. Chairman, how many new vehicles?
Would get the exact numbers because I don't want to guess and be on a back and forth with the member.
On that as well, Mr. Chairman, I know Prime Minister, if not you and I stand to be corrected, the government has been big on energy efficient vehicles and so forth. And so how does this increase reconcile with the government talking about the need for more efficient vehicles?
So, Deputy Speaker, we're moving towards, as he said, moving into that electrical era, but into the cleaner, greener, more efficient vehicles. But there is a cost allocated to that. So at this time, we're just using what we have and transitioning to that period. I think he sees where we're taking into account for any extra increases in vehicles what were already bought that we have to account for already, like the 100 police vehicles that we got, where that's why we took into account this. We're moving into that direction, and hopefully one day we'll have zero in this budget because we'll be fully electronic.
Mr. Chairman, head 21. Gasoline, aviation fuel, and diesel. I note that all have kind of come under finance. It's a dangerous precedent because I pointed out the challenges that we face already where Defense Force vessels could not move. That's a security risk. And now aviation fuel, why can't that go directly to the respective ministry? Because again, if there's emergency and they can't mobilize finance, they can't purchase their fuel. I think you need to look at that again. Then on head 22, head 22, 225-1122. Head 22, Treasury Department, 225-1122. Credit card service. I noticed the credit card service has gone up quite a bit. Can you inform us as to how many new credit card has been issued? How many ministers have credit card? How many ministers may have credit card? This is extremely important because, as I pointed out earlier, finance had challenges with respect to expenditures of the credit card and is in deep discussion with one of the banking sector, I don't need to go in detail, to establish a tracking app to monitor the expenditures. So how many additional credit cards have been issued and how many ministers would have credit card?
I'll answer exactly what the amount represents, and it represents the necessary expenditure for the processing fees for credit cards. We allocated last budget period 8.3 million, and we're allocating that exact same amount. So I'm not sure as to the member asking how many extra cards there was, but there isn't any increase based on the budgeted figures, what we did.
What is this? Huh?
No, it's credit card. I'm asking because there are challenges today with credit cards, expenditure. And I can say that credit cards were not issued among us.
Mr. Deputy, it is for all government agencies, and it's for the processing of the credit cards that we have. Not the, yeah.
Credit card. Now, that's all you say? No, they didn't. I didn't even have credit card. Nope. No, I did not have credit card. Nope. And I was placed in an embarrassing situation overseas where they did not accept swipe cards because I had a Royal Bank card and I had to get another staff member to pay the bills.
Members.
Say no minister credit card.
No, stop. See,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
I authorize no minister to obtain a credit card. Right? Now, the ministry has issued a credit card to me. Right? And I have a credit, I have that. Right? But I'm not aware of any minister having a credit card. Right? You could finish.
Thank you.
No.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
I did not have a credit card.
Mr. Chair.
You got a credit card. You got a credit card because of the embarrassing situation.
21.
So that no future prime minister will have that challenge.
2111 103. Your global provision head 21. 211103. Global provision new appointments. Global provision new appointments. Page 88. The third line down. You move from 295 to 11 million. 211103, global provision, new appointments, monthly employees. You move from 295,000 to 11 million. Can you speak to what these new appointments are and who these new who are these new appointments?
That the member is speaking of is a reassignment from Head 5, which is public service, and this is engagement of new employees. This is an allocation for that. These are not identified employees. This is an allocation that usually was at public service that's now been moved to the Ministry of Finance.
The one below that as well, salary adjustments. The 20 million for salary adjustments.
111-104. This is the facilitation of funds that's earmarked for the promotions of public officers, increments, reassessments, and reclassifications. You know, we are preparing to embark upon a service-wide promotion and some other exercises, and that's the allocation that's been made.
The pension contribution.
That is proposed for the contributory pension that you asked about earlier.
So this is the allocation for the contributory
This is an
convention.
allocation, but yes.
So it's anticipated that the new employees will pay a portion and then the government will pay a portion.
Yes.
Oh.
The Department of Public Health, you will see that line item 2111103, there's a sum of funding, which was about $4.8 million, that has gone to the Global Fund. It's been taken out of public health. That particular funding is funding for the hiring of new nurses, the hiring of other support staff for the ministry, as well as the salary adjustments. So when you come to head 66, that goes to the global provision as well. And that's almost $6 million. Or no, about 5 million, sorry.
Head 21, 225-1115, consultancy services. There was an allocation of 29,000, and you've allocated 20 million. Sorry, there was an allocation of 29 million, and you've reduced that to 20 million. You spent in the first 9 months 21 million. How could you justify reducing it to 20 million, and then head 21, and then who are the consultants that fit under this head, and are these consultants foreign or Bahamian?
So Deputy, the provision for all ongoing and new consultancy services remains in here, and the amount includes expenses for IT consultancy services as well as cyber security services. Yeah.
I just want to understand the decrease because you spent 21 and you've only allocated 20. So you're able to reduce it. So these are Bahamian or foreign consultants?
Prime Minister, looking at this budget, your Minister of Finance, you're giving a lot of power to finance everything. Two in head 21. Head 21.
You know that's you know that's true.
I don't know.
You know that's true.
I could not find it. You may have corrected it somewhere. 282116, sundry constituency projects. During the debate, you had said 150,000, but this is reflective of 100. Is there a correction somewhere else? I didn't see it. Or would it fall, or would the difference come from the slush fund, 2821267, the budget reserve appropriation fund? What do you think budget reserve is? That's the Prime Minister's spending fund, man. I can tell you, I can tell you. No, the constituency projects. During the debate, and the bill is here also, for $150,000 per constituency, but this is reflective of 100. So I'm saying the extra 50, is that included in the slush, Prime Minister's slush fund, the budget reserve appropriation fund? He got it. No. We were very conservative, that's why we got kicked out. It's in the budget reserve. Oh, so it's in the slush fund. Okay.
We don't have slush funds. We don't do slush funds.
Mr. Chair, item 225-1143, support for digital currency implementation. 225-1143. I remember this allocation to assist the central bank in dealing with the sand dollar. What? And I see you've increased it. I think that's needed. So I don't have an issue with that. But can you just sort of detail what plans you have to implement the sand dollar and to make sure that it's widely used, and also have you decided what additional government services will be added to be able to utilize the sand dollar? I know we started it. What additional services you anticipate using for it?
As the member for East Grand Bahama has indicated, we have increased it to start to allocate the movement towards the Family Island to make sure that they're integrated in this new movement for the sand dollar. I think the last part of what you asked about was what other government services or what plans we have. Well, we're working with the digitization department to include some of those payments, and they're able to take the sand dollar payments also. So we have plans in this budget to look at it, to start to implement it. I know we looked at fisheries. I think they spoke about it in the Andrews Business Outlook, where they're gonna start looking at taking the sand dollar as payments. And yeah, central bank is gonna start taking it. So we're moving it in and implementing it.
As a follow-up, Mr. Chair. So I remember looking at things like giving businesses incentives to make sure that they sign up for it, allocating, you know, if persons use it, that you would give them additional sand dollars to use. And also maybe paying, and it'll have to be something by consent, but paying some public servants part of their salary in sand dollars to incentivize them to using it. Those kinds of projects, are you anticipating doing any of those, and what kind of things to get people to sign up for it?
The one thing that we need to direct ourselves on in respect to governance, right? We have to recognize we are policymakers. We decide what has to be done, look at the objectives that you want to achieve, and then you give it to the people who know how to get it done. So with this digital asset, I understand what we need to do. We need to ensure that our unbanked communities are able to transact and trade in currency. I know that's what we want. I know the sand dollar is the mechanism to achieve that. And now now that I've convinced myself of that, I'm now putting it in the hands of those who know how to get it done. That's the central bank, right, along with their marketing team and the assistance of the technical team from the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury Department. And they will then come back to me with recommendations as to how they think it become more pervasive in use. And the ideas that you just talked about, no doubt they may consider those things and bring it to us for sign off. And that's the way we operate. I let those who know how to get things done, get it done. Like I keep reminding myself, and as I remind the member for Kalani, not knowing doesn't mean you're dumb, you know. They're not synonymous. I call you that. Okay.
Not in a negative. It has been moved and seconded. Oh, go ahead.
As many will alert me. Mr. Chairman, under Head 20, Department of Lands and Surveys, I see that the budget from 2021, 2022 is pretty much on point with what's estimated for 2023, 2024. But what has changed is that in all previous years, there was a estimated rental of seabed income of some $3 million that would go to the Department of Lands and Surveys. And now in the upcoming budget, that rental income is going to be going for seabed lease, is going to be going to the Port Department. Is there a reason that it was necessary to adjust that allocation from Lands and Surveys, which is the entity that owns all public land in the Bahamas, including seabed, to change it from Lands and Surveys rental income to the Port Department rental income?
Department is also a regulatory department. And you would have heard me indicate our efforts to ensure that that investors, particularly those who have marinas and have use of our seabed, we have to be able to ensure that we are able to collect what is due to us. Now, the challenge has been is that lands and surveys were not set up for the purposes of monitoring and regulating the seabed. They would lease the seabed, and the Port Authority will enforce the terms of those leases. Therefore, we thought it best to have the income from those leases be collected by the port, and then if of course it's going to the same port, and then we can work from there. But we need to ensure, because that is where a major leak in our revenue stream is occurring in the seabed leases, the use of the marinas. In fact, I suspect that many marinas would have expanded over the years without reference to the Lands and Surveys Department or the Port Department. And so we're looking into all these things, and hence we thought it fitting that the Port Department was the regulatory responsibility for marinas to be the one to collect.
Thank you.
I'd like to start in 26, and forgive me, I'd then like to return to 21. Under 26, unless I've missed it, 26 on page 99, 98, 99, head 26. Head 26. Yeah. Head 26, public debt management. I can ask a question about it. I have a question just with respect to the 110 million owed to the government by BPL. It's not reflected here, even though it has been stated that the government has made available $110 million to a state-owned enterprise, and later confirmed by Ministry of Finance that it was to BPL. Okay, so is there anywhere in the book where that figure is reflected? And if not, why not?
Again, we were asking whether the government has recorded a debt that is due to it.
Yes.
Right? What we're talking about here is not asset and liabilities. What we're talking about revenue streams and how they would be allocated. Now, yes, a debt due could become a revenue stream, but we don't expect to get any revenue from that loan anytime soon. So we don't need to reflect that. That need not be reflected here, right? Because it is a debt due from an SOE, right? And again, you see, these are estimates of revenues. And these are estimates of revenues that we expect to collect. Receivables are not necessarily recorded. So for example, where would you find the outstanding for your real property tax? What you see there, what we have allocated is what we expect to receive on real property tax during this fiscal year. If we receive arrears, as we said before, we put that into another account. That's the way we are managing it. Right, but very often you might think that that'll be a part of the real property tax is not any receivables only taken into account when we're dealing with what I call assets and liabilities. A receivable is an asset. If you agree, a receivable is an asset. So we own several buildings. That's not, you don't see that showing up in your revenues, or you don't see it in your estimates of revenues and expenditures. And what we're showing here, again, we are showing estimates of expenditures. That's what we're dealing with now.
So Prime Minister, is there anywhere that you have booked that loan that you gave to BPL? Is there anywhere that has been recorded?
The Ministry of Finance will have a record of the fact that they advanced the money, and BPL will have a note that they owe the government the monies, certainly.
But it's not booked in the budget. So the question is, how would they have executed a loan without first coming to the Parliament or the ministry then through environment? You should just pause. We're not as brilliant as you, so just pause so we could ask for those of us who don't understand. So Prime Minister, let me just complete the question, please. We're asking, since we did not come to the House of Assembly in order to execute that, I suspect the other means of doing that would have been through a wirement. Were any of those two options used in terms of getting the 110 million to BPL? And then if not, if there's another mechanism that I'm unfamiliar with, is it possible you could explain?
That's what I mean. Put on the notices. There's a time for that, you know.
First of all,
on the notices.
Appreciate that if I am borrowing monies, that is going to go directly to my debt. I need to come and get permission from Parliament, right? But if I'm lending monies, there's no need for me to come to Parliament with that. So I loan BPL 100 million. I don't have to come to Parliament and say I'm lending them 100 million. Now, when I start talking about my deficit, right, but it won't be a deficit because it'll be an asset that's due back to me. But that's not something I need to come to Parliament for. Just remember that. I don't have to come to Parliament.
What is the mechanism that you use to do that?
That's administrative, internal, and it's an agency. That's what happens.
Used the actual 110 million. That would have to come from somewhere, and the government can only, as far as I understand, can only spend monies that Parliament has authorized the government to spend.
He said we're receiving money. He didn't say we're spending money.
No. You have actually taken 110 million and you've given that. Right, you've given that over to BPL. You've loaned that over to BPL. You've loaned that over to them. But you can only use money that you have allocated through this book. So if you have allocated that to BPL, where is it in here that provided the permission that you could give that to BPL?
On that, right? But that here again comes an issue of how we interpret what we're doing, right? I interpret that not as something that we can't do. It's something that it is another government entity. I've loaned them the money. It's not used. I haven't, as it were, divested myself of an asset. I have not disbursed funds that I'm not getting back. So I see it as a deposit of my funds with the BPL that they'll pay me back whenever we wish. So it's not a necessary item that I have to include in this exercise. But I take the point you said that it comes from a consolidated fund and what it does. But that's if I was divesting of it, in my view. If I was divesting of it.
But it's the reason why, and I would invite the government to look at the Debt Management Act. It's the reason why the Debt Management Act prohibits the government from loaning monies
unless it is allocated in the budget. And that was the point that we made, was that the Debt Management Act specifically says that if the government is actually prohibited from loaning monies, but if you are going to loan monies, it has to be allocated for the very same reason that those monies come out of the consolidated fund. And the only way that monies can come out of the consolidated fund, as far as I understand, is if they are allocated through this process and you've gotten permission from Parliament through this budget, through the same process that we are going through now, that Parliament then has authorized that, which means that that 110 ought to show up somewhere in this book. You see? So that's the point that I believe the leader is making.
Yeah, no, I take the point you make. All right, I take the point you make. Right? And we would revisit it in that context. However, as I said, it is our view that it's not that we have, as it were, dissipate an asset that we have to account for, but rather it's only that we have parked a part of our asset somewhere else. And it was not just a third party per se, but an interrelated party, interagency, which is a book entry basically from one to the other. But we had to advance it to them to pay it on.
So Prime Minister, you said that you will revisit. You will revisit it. Our interpretation is that the government. I'm not interpreting what you said. I'm saying that it appears that on the surface of this, that the government has misappropriated the funds. They have not used the fund appropriately. That's the interpretation. That if there's a, allow me to finish my point. If the government has a, let me just, I understand, and let me say exactly what I'm saying. That the government has a particular mechanism by which it accesses funds and moves it to different locations. If the government is able to say that it has followed a particular mechanism, that is the mechanism that neither East Grand Bahama or myself heard in terms of how the government is legally able to move the funds from the consolidated fund to BPL. That's the mechanism that we wish to hear. So, Prime Minister, if there's a particular mechanism that is authorized by law that doesn't contravene any of the acts, including the debt service management, that's all we're asking. And what we have not heard is a definitive answer that says, here is what lawfully allows us to move funds from the consolidated fund to BPL. So I'll just wait as the Prime Minister explains what is that particular mechanism, and then I'll speak to another matter. Yeah? Prime Minister, I understand very clearly, because I do not understand how you move the funds. Let me ask a further question. One, of course not. Of course not. The Fiscal Responsibility Council, has an allocation of $150,000 allocation. Has the Fiscal Responsibility Council been properly constituted? Has the council, the Fiscal Responsibility Council, has it been properly constituted? Has it been formed? And is $150,000 going to be sufficient for it to take care of its responsibility?
The honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Asked and answered, Mr. Deputy. This was covered earlier. We're not interested in pontification at this point.
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that, the chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama.
on the underhead 21, 2821267. Underhead 21, underhead 21, 2821267, the budget reserve appropriation. So you've increased that from, well, you spent 8 million, you spent 8.3 million, and you've increased the allocation from 49 million to 56 million. What accounts for the increase in the budget reserve? And the second question is, when you amended the Fiscal Responsibility Act, when you amended that, you had changed the requirement for the budget reserve account. If any ministry wanted to use that, I think you changed that from having to come to cabinet. Are you prepared to revisit that? There was a section in the previous Fiscal Responsibility Act that spoke to the budget reserve account. That previously in that act, if you wanted to use it, any minister wanted to use it, the minister had to come, and it was specified in the act that the minister had to come to cabinet, and the cabinet had to agree to utilize this. That section was taken out when you amended the act. And I had raised this during the debate, and there was no response to it. So I automatically believed that you all had accepted it. So now I'm asking, are you prepared to revisit that? Because it meant that the financial secretary was the one who was deciding on how the budget reserve account was being used, as opposed to the cabinet. So if are you now saying that that is not the case? The cabinet is the one that is now deciding how that is going to be used.
Deputy.
So what is the justification for the increase? That's all. That was the first question.
This allocation provides for the unforeseen expenditure incurred by various agencies during the fiscal year of 23 and 24. And I think the member for Kalani touched based on one of those, what is a 19.5 million increase in the capital expenditure that'll be pulled out of this amount.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Deputy, I remain a little unsettled by certain comments made by the member from Marco City. There's a word misappropriation that was used. I find it offensive, and I find it intentionally used by the member from Marco City. I asked him to be honorable and withdraw it, Mr. Deputy, because that's now in the atmosphere, it's in the public domain. Any suggestion, Mr. Deputy, that this government, this administration, or any member of this administration is involved in misappropriation is wholly inappropriate, Mr. Deputy. And I asked him to reconsider and withdraw it, Mr. Deputy.
Honorable member, are you going to withdraw?
Mr. Deputy, thank you very much for this opportunity.
He asked you a question.
Mr. Deputy, I'd like to read what the law says, Mr. Deputy. The Public Debt Management Act, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah. Honorable member, are you going to withdraw?
No, Mr. Deputy.
Are you
Mr.
responding?
Deputy, I'm answering
Okay.
you.
All right.
I'm answering you, and you may wish, Mr. Deputy, I ask you to explain to the member for Exoma, he's not talking to children, right? So yeah, except you're not asking me the question, Mr. Deputy. The statement I'm reading into the hearing. The public debt management. The public. Whenever you finish, I'd like to speak, Mr. Deputy. And this will be very short. Mr. Deputy, this will be very short. The Public Debt Management Act 2021, Section 38, on dealing with government lending by a minister reads, every lending under this act shall be from an appropriation. Mr. Deputy, are you able to hear me clearly?
1 minute.
Yeah. No, I made no accusation about the Prime Minister.
Made
no accusation about the Prime Minister.
We've asked him to have it withdrawn. If he is not willing to withdraw it, then, Mr. Deputy, we're asking you to expunge it.
Mr. Deputy. This is the Parliament. This is the Parliament of the Bahamas. This is the Parliament of the Bahamas. Because the government side gets up and make a statement.
Yeah.
Does not confine me to a single word or statement because of what they say. I am answering the question, and you still reserve the right, if I am wrong, Mr. Deputy, to expunge. So I'm reading from the Public Debt Management Act 2021 under the heading Government Lending by a Minister. It reads, lending under this act shall be from an appropriation made under the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act 21. So again, if the word bothers them, they breached the law by providing the money to BPL in the manner that they did, Mr. Deputy. This government breached the law based on the mechanism by which they made $110 million available to BPL according to the Public Debt Management Act.
Are you going to withdraw? Are you going to withdraw?
They breach the law. If the term they don't believe is misappropriation, as far as I know, that is a misappropriation. But they breach the law. So if you wish to strike it from record, it's on you, Mr. Deputy. But they breach the law, and I don't believe either of them are able to say on their feet, with the law in hand, that they did not breach the law. Did you breach the law?
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We continue to hear a poet wax lyrical about the law. If I may at one moment read the act, because you don't start at section 38. You start at section 36 that sets out the restriction on lending. And it says this, save as expressly authorized by this act or any other enactment, the government shall not lend money to any person or organization, whether in the Bahamas or elsewhere, or to a foreign government. Those are the three persons you can't. Now, for the edification of the poet, lawyers do things sensibly, and we define what words mean, because words are important. And using words that are pejorative goes against something that the chaplain said in this place about guarding your mouth. Because organization is defined, because BPL is not a person as defined by this act, and it's also not an organization, and it's not a foreign government. Organization for the purpose of this act means. So this is the only thing that organization means. For a quick lesson on statutory interpretation, some of these things says a word includes something. This is a definition that says this is what the word means, which means it means nothing else. BPL, and it means a bank. BPL is not a bank. A financial institution. BPL is not a financial institution, or any other person. BPL is not a person, and BPL is not a partnership. You all passed this act. You clearly didn't understand what you were passing if you say we have breached this act. And you need to stop as a lay person. You can transfer to a government agency. the restriction on lending is set out in section 36, and BPL is not a person to whom the government is restricted from lending. And you need to stop using pejorative words, especially if you are dead wrong on the law.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll have that expunged from the record.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
When you look at section 36, save as he spoke. Save as expressly authorized by this act or any other enactment. Is there any other authorization in this act that allows you to lend to BPL? Because if you are saying that BPL is not one of these things, then this is not something that gives the government the ability to lend to anybody else. This provision stops you from lending unless you are one of these persons. That's how you interpret this bit. That's how you interpret this act. That is how you interpret this act. Save as expressly authorized by this act or any other enactment. So the government shall not lend to any person or organization, whether in the Bahamas or elsewhere, or to a foreign government. There is no provision that authorizes, as far as I understand, there's no provision that authorizes BPL, that authorizes you to lend to BPL. There's nothing that authorizes you to lend to BPL.
Honorable members.
There's nothing that does that. Not by this act. Nothing that does it.
Honorable members, we are not debating the Constitution. We either ask questions and answers, and then we move on. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Grand Bahama is suggesting that if an act says, save as provided by this act or any other enactment, Wayne Monroe shall not lend money and name 3 of my colleagues. He is suggesting that that's not saying that those are the only 3 people I need permission to lend to. That is what they did. They put a restriction on lending to these 3 people without approval.
The layperson could understand.
Now, I could, if we had the privilege of time, explain to them the words they would use to accomplish what they think they did, which they didn't do.
We could proceed for the deputy. Let's move on.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
You are still.
We can talk about this.
You are still under Section 38, and under Section 38, it still says that every lending under this act shall be from an appropriation made under the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act. So you still must have an allocation for the very same reason that I spoke to the Prime Minister about, which is if it goes to the consolidated fund,
honorable members,
there must be a provision for you to send that out of the consolidated fund. And the only mechanism that you can do that is through the budget. It must be appropriated through the budget.
Okay.
It has to be.
Honorable members, let's.
On sections that we've asked.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that heads 21, 22, 23, and 28 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
So Deputy, I now move that sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 be agreed.
Second.
29, 30, 31.
32.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 29. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, under head 29, 2251354, operation of community centers. You have allocated 300,000 for these. Is this the construction of a community center or just the operation expenses for an existing community center? Could you sort of give us some details on that, please?
Mr. Chairman.
And how many? Because it says centers, whether it's one or more.
Currently, Mr. Chairman, there is Edmund Moxie, where the expense relates to the staff and the utilities are booked under finance. There is Kwaku Street, the expenses relate to the staff. Utilities are booked under finance. Then there is Fox Hill, where the staff is paid, and since that center is not owned by the government, a stipend is paid towards utilities. And that is what this figure relates to. We expect that when the other community centers come online, the head may not grow, and that's because community centers are eventually supposed to become self-sustaining in their operations.
Shannon, you won't go? You sure? Yeah, thanks as well. So also under head 29, 227-1018, citizen security, and the same with respect to the one right below that, the C-19 enforcement unit. There were previous allocations for it last year. There's no more allocations for it. Has it sort of ceased, or has this been moved to another head, or what's happening with it?
You brought these two up because they actually demonstrate that we've had an increase in our budget with these going to zero, but the amount allocated still being the same. The need for this COVID-19 enforcement unit fell away with the management of us out of that. And so that is why the allocation went from that sum to zero. And the citizen security allocation was in relation to an IDB loan that has come to an end, and so no further provision is made for it in the budget.
Head number 29, item 2251345, closed circuit television. The increase here, is that for, do you need me to repeat the line item again? Yeah. Okay, 2251352, head 29. Yep. Sorry. 2251345, my apologies. 2251345. No, CCTV. Yeah, just a very brief question.
Page 107.
Are we increasing coverage or and upgrades? 2251345.
Of the CCTV network. As you would have heard, every park that we provide Wi-Fi on and that will draw members of the public to, our task is to put CCTV on those parks specifically. That's separate and apart from the expansion of the system that exists now. There's provision also for upgrading CCTV for the protection of our judicial officers in terms of the Supreme Court and certainly the Supreme Court. That's expansion.
Under 29, heads 029, line item 2821247, Bahamas Wildlife Enforcement Network. Can you explain that detail, please?
That is the Armed Natural Resource Enforcement Agency, yet another institution that we are bringing into existence. Promised in the Blueprint for Change. It is currently, there's a steering committee that is being led by a Royal Bahamas Defense Force officer that has Marines and officers seconded from the Defense Force that is steering the process of bringing legislation to set it up as an actual agency, which we hope to bring in this parliamentary year. And this is to assist them with equipment. They will be enforcing the laws with regard all natural resources. And to be quite clear, natural resources relate to mining, every instance of fauna and flora, anything that touches and concerns the natural resources in this country, this will be an enforcement agency to pay particular attention to that.
Wildlife.
Wildlife, everything.
Head 30. Line item 2111-1101. I'm wondering, Member for Carmichael, if there's going to be a reduction given the decrease in salary for permanent and pensionable, I presume, immigration officers, if there's a reduction in staff to represent the, or to account for the reduction from 21 million to 19.8 million. This is head 30, the first one, 2111-1101.
Me an opportunity to just consult, and then I'll get back to you, my brother.
All right. Thank you, Michael. That is the head that we wanted was the first one, 2111. That's the line. Head 30. Another question for the member for Carmichael, Mr. Deputy. I note that at item number 2111-1103. That's the global provision. New appointments, monthly employees. There's an increase by 1.2 million from 1,050,000 to 2.2 million. What lends to the increase?
That's for recruitment. That's for recruitment. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Michael.
Yeah, that's a reclassification.
That's not your recruitment. So this would be a recruitment?
Yes, our recruitment, yes.
Okay. Also, Michael, same head, item number 2112-111, shift and on-call allowance. I noticed an increase from 500,000 to 1.3 million, $800,000 increase. What lends to that increase relative to shift and on-call allowance?
That used to be in the salary line. It's just a shift.
Say again, Michael?
It is just a shift, right? It was previously charged against the salary line item.
All right, lastly, Michael, I know that item number 2112-125, that's disturbance allowance, geographical. There's an increase from 128,000 to 306,000, almost a $200,000 increase. Does that represent, does that speak to officers being move to the islands, you know, 'cause
That's
I
correct,
would have
yes.
indicated that
That's
I needed
correct,
two as well.
Yes, transfers and shifts.
I'd like to get two of
Yes.
those, Michael. Mr. Deputy, I want to go to head 32. We noticed an increase in the uniform allowance for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. This is, line item 2112132. This is an increase of some 300,000. What lends to that increase?
This is, I didn't get to me right now.
Yeah, that just is accounted for the fact that we recruited a squad in, the squad that came in, another one is going out. The more bodies you have, the more uniforms you need, the more allowances you get.
It is, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Under head 30, 2112103, housing allowance. There's been I think you spent 19,000. You access it? Yeah. Okay. Same thing? So housing, what is the reason for, because you spent 19,000, but it's been increased to 1.2 million. What's the significant reason?
The funds are being transferred from the rent living accommodations. It's just a transfer. There's been no change. Yeah. Yeah, just cleaning up. No, they didn't.
Did y'all ask about the repatriation? Okay, so under 2211215, repatriation of illegal immigrants, the first 9 months, you spent 1.6 million, which we know it would have been more than that, because you had another 3 months to go. You allocated 2 million, just a little over 2 million. That has been decreased now to 1.7 million. I'm trying to understand the reasoning for one, decreasing it, and then based upon what you spent last year, it doesn't appear as though this would be sufficient. So why the decrease?
Let me indicate, obviously, as you'd appreciate for repatriation, you would never know how much you're going to spend.
Sure.
And obviously, if present trends continue, we would likely have to go back to the Ministry of Finance for additional funding. And that's what we had to do last year, and that's what we'll have to do this year. But we'd have to wait to see what the numbers look like as we proceed through the year.
So you anticipate spending more than this and needing to get more from finance?
Yes, that's correct.
Why are you talking about repatriation? I just want to ask. It was noted that a lot of the individuals were coming via the airplane and visas, and you had said that you were doing an investigation with the visa allocation, because one has to they must report at a certain time or at least be monitored. Do you have any update on that? That's Haitians coming from Haiti. Any update?
I'd indicated, I'm not sure if I ever made any reference to any visas. I'd indicated that we had stopped all work permits coming out of Haiti. Visas come under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
But I had pointed out that illegals come not only by vessels, but they were also receiving visas in advance, coming to Inagua and subsequently utilizing all the planes, all the seats.
Right.
You had said that that matter would be investigated. I'm asking if any updates.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, in any event, I mean, if they come in here by visa, then they would be coming into the country legally. Now, whether or not they would have overstayed their time,
That's the correct.
then it becomes an issue of us taking them to custody and ensuring that we repatriate. So all those matters we are looking at.
So we'll have a report soon.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, under head 30, 224-1231, metals. Yeah, 224-1231.
Yes.
Metals. You've allocated, this seems to be a new line item, 110. What is metals?
Be talking about medals of meritorious service, and bravery and law, etc. The Immigration Department has not been in receipt of medals, nor have they given out medals for a significant period of a number of years. And it is our intention to ensure that in this 50th anniversary of independence, that they do so in honor of their officers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head number 32, line item 282-1263, RBDF Vets Association. Can the 282-1263, RBDF Vets Association, head 32. Yeah. Can you just shed some light on that new line item, please?
I know that since I came to office, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force has a veteran association who've been lobbying for assistance. They've asked for headquarters, they've asked for other assistance. I will have to have a quick look to see exactly what that relates to, but that relates to events that they may be having and seeking to support those who gave service to the country. For the first time.
It has been moved and seconded. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 226-1203, and then the same.
Which head is this?
Sorry, head 32. Head 32. 226-1203, maintenance and upkeep of sea vessels. You spent $737,000 for the first 9 months, and you had allocated $849,000, but that has significantly decreased to $400,000. Help me to understand why there's such a significant decrease from by 400,000.
That may find it.
Item 226-1203 under page, the top of page 116. Maintenance of and upkeep of sea crafts. You spent well over $700,000 this year. You had allocated $849,000, but it was cut to $400,000. Why was it cut? And it doesn't appear that, I mean, looking at what was spent in 2021, what was spent in 2022, it doesn't appear that that's going to be anywhere near sufficient.
203. That looks to be a sum that could only relate to minor repairs to the fleet, as opposed to, for instance, the Diamond maintenance agreement that was signed up to. And so what you would be looking at is the small vessels when they need minor repairs. It is determined by the actual spends, taking into account the Diamond maintenance contract, that will be sufficient for the purpose. If you maintain things on time, you decrease the need for maintenance. Also, the electrification of the pedestal at HMBS Coral Harbor and HMBS Matthew Town, and hopefully shortly HMBS Gun Point, will cut out a big repair items, which is repair to the gensets on these vessels.
So there's something significantly different that happened last year than that's gonna happen this year?
Hopefully, that's what it's looked at. If you don't have to run a generator 24 hours a day, when I get the reports on the fleet, one of the areas that you always find them having to repair are the gen sets on these vessels, over and repeatedly.
It has been moved and seconded that section 29, 30, 31, 32 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
Deputy, I now move that sections 33 and 34 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the under head 33, 2511205, Water and Sewage Corporation Development Projects. You have line item 2511205.
Page 119.
Yeah, page 119, Water and Sewage Corporation Development Contracts. 2021, 83 million. The first 9 months of last year, 40 million. You allocated 50 million. You've decreased it to 36 million. What different is going to happen this year that caused you to reduce the allocation from 54 million to 36 million?
Almost 20 million.
And based on what you've spent for the last, I mean, I don't know how many years, but based on what you've spent, particularly for the last 2 years, how is this going to be sufficient? And do you anticipate raising the water rates to offset?
The Water and Sewage Corporation has been very aggressively pursuing several programs. One is with the Caribbean Development Bank and securing multilateral funding. The second is that over the past year, they've been engaged in the formulation of a business plan, which they will be presenting to Parliament, to the Cabinet tomorrow, and would have had consultation with a number of stakeholders, including the shadow representative from the opposition. And the whole purpose of the business plan is to take a strategic course to wean the corporation off of the government subvention. One of the reasons why there has been a decrease is because of the tremendous success of one of the programs in particular, and that is the solution to non-revenue water. In 2013, the corporation was losing roughly about 65% of all of the water being generated was not reaching the consumer. As a result of the initiative, which was undertaken by the Prime Minister when he was minister, you had an engagement with an arrangement of $80 million with the IDB, and that resulted in a drastic reduction from approximately over 6 million imperial gallons of daily, right? Almost 7 million imperial gallons of water was being lost daily And up to 2 years ago, that was reduced to less than 2 million imperial gallons per day. So with the success of the non-revenue water, also the business plan, and the business plan comprises at least 7 different components, one of which is increasing through training the productivity of the staff. Another is to continue the non-revenue water and extend that to the family islands. A third is to look at issues such as tariff and so on. So it's a comprehensive business plan, and the intention is to have the corporation stand on its own feet. And we see that this is a process which is starting from this budget.
Just a follow-up. If the business plan includes looking at tariff, is it anticipated then that the government, after looking at tariff, may allow the water and sewage to increase the tariffs?
Because it's a comprehensive program of restructuring the Water and Sewage Corporation. It also includes the incorporation of solar energy. And in fact, within another month, we will be commissioning 2 solar plants in Abaco, which again reduces the cost of the expensive diesel fuel. So it's a comprehensive program, and again, the consultation with stakeholders is continuing. The other thing I would like to point out is that the provision of potable water in the Bahamas is not only subsidized for the most disadvantaged families, but all of the consumers and customers of the Water and Sewage Corporation are subsidized by the government. And that includes large commercial enterprises, resorts, and so on. So the business plan focuses on the total ecosystem of water production in the Bahamas.
I do, and again, I get what you're saying. But what I did not hear you say was that we will not be increasing the water rate this year. You have not said that.
No, I never said that.
No, I'm saying I did not hear you say that you will not be increasing the water rate this year.
I am not aware of any proposal to increase water rates this year.
Still on heads. 033, page 118, line item 225-1314. 033, 33.
33?
Yes.
On line
Page 118, line items 225-1314. Unregulated Community Action Task Force. Exactly what it is that they'll be doing. The studies, physical work, what exactly is this money allocated for, please?
There are a number of things. One is to establish a permanent secretariat. That is public officers and consultants who will be dedicated to reviewing the data, working with the intelligence agency, getting the intelligence and formulating an action plan. They will also have a hotline so that we all, that is the entire public, has a stake in this, can provide intelligence, can provide help.
Right.
Can provide help to deal with a complex issue. And it has to be dealt with in a manner so that it doesn't produce unintended consequences of widespread homelessness. This secretariat will also be liaising with multilateral agencies, UN agencies, OAS agencies, CARICOM agencies, and other multilateral bodies so that we can explain what is happening, access multilateral assistance, technical assistance, so that we can address this issue in a comprehensive way.
So there are satellite stations throughout the.
Indeed. In fact, it would be national, not just Nassau-centric, but all of the various family islands where we have unregulated communities.
For Fort Charlotte, head 33. Item number 223-1202, street lighting. I know that there was an allocation expenditure of some 2.1 million in 21-22 for street lighting. But now we see no allocation for street lighting. I'm wondering, sir, has the street lighting exercise ceased? And is there going to be some consideration for the family islands in terms of street lighting exercise as well? I don't see any allocation here. So the first is, the first question is, has the street, this is item number 223. This is page 117, head 33, item 223-1202. And the question is, obviously we see the 2.1 million expenditure in 21-22. We see no other allocation thereafter. Has the street lighting exercise ceased? And secondly, is there some future consideration? I realize there's no allocation, but is there some future consideration for street lighting exercises on Family Island?
Okay. There is a provision in the budget of the Ministry of Finance of approximately $10 million. There's also funding from the Caribbean Development Bank. Currently, BPL, along with contractors, are carrying out the conversion from the existing sodium light to LED lights. And that program will also be extended to the family islands as well.
Thank you, sir. Also, Mr. Okay.
Yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The member should look at page 89 under the heads 21, the Ministry of Finance. Item, what is it, 223-1202. You see it ably positioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fort Charlotte and South Beach. Mr. Deputy, I'd like another question to Fort Charlotte. Fort Charlotte, I note, head 33 again, page 118, item number 225-1319, maintenance of Family Island roads. I note there's an allocation of some $10,500, and then this year they have estimates of $11,000. What exactly is that, sir? Maintenance Family Island roads, $11,000, 2023, 2024. You know, I'm most concerned about Long Island. You know that.
Under the Ministry of Finance, under PPP, there are a number of PPPs which deal with Exuma, Eleuthera, and Long Island. So those islands are covered, and there will be complete rehabilitation involving the paving of roads, the improvement of the irrigation, flood mitigation system. Also, in some cases, seawalls to protect the roads and the communities, as well as striping and cat eyes and other provision to enhance safety on the road.
So Fort Charlotte, I really appreciate I appreciate that, but this particular line item, what is this about? Because I note it's just for 11,000. I appreciate the paving works and rehabilitation in Long Island, but I'm just curious about that particular line item as well, sir.
When we come to the capital work of the ministry, provision is made therein for other developments which will be funded directly by the government, inclusive of other Family Island roads.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, another question directed at the member for Fort Charlotte. This is on page 119, and this comes from head 33, item number 2821105. That's compensation for loss and damages. Now, Fort Charlotte, there are a number of persons who have lost vehicles, lost the undercarriage and other parts of the vehicle due to accidents and potholes. Is this particular head, I know that the Ministry of Works used to compensate persons in the past who would lodge a complaint with all the necessary documentation, trying to at least give them some assistance with their vehicles or damages there too. I note that there was an allocation in 22-23 of 40,000, and that has been reduced this year to 20,000. Firstly, sir, is this particular line item, which is compensation for loss and damages, relating to that, which I've described earlier? And given the state of the roads and some of the complaints and concerns, why hasn't it been reduced by 20,000?
Well, as you will see in 2021-22, what was actually spent was what, 14,000, and right in 2021. This is what is projected based on the past claims that have been received. Mr. Deputy, I just want to note that in the capital of the ministry, just the forecast, you have provision for Family Island capital development of $13 million. And this is under the budget of the Ministry of Works.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Chairman, this is another question for the member for Fort Charlotte. And that concerns head 33, line item 2251115. That's consultancy services. I note that there was an allocation in 22-23 of $130,289, and that has now been reduced to zero. Are those consultants no longer there? What led to the changes, if any?
That is a good question, and it is one that we are currently seeking a clarification from the Ministry of Finance, because we do have consultants, a number of consultants in the ministry at fiscal planning, as well as in the ministry itself. And that is something I will have to get back to you. We're having some discussions now with the Ministry of Works.
Thank you, sir. And lastly, Fort Charlotte, page 120. This is head 34, sorry. Item number 22111-102, salary and contract workers. I note that obviously the spend was much less than was allocated, but there's still an increase in the estimate for 2023-2024. Would these additional contract workers that are anticipated, are these including Ministry of Works officers to be assigned to islands like mine that don't have them? I would appreciate that too, sir. And what is this? Is this allocation? What are the terms of reference with respect to the contract workers?
In the ministry, but first of all, this relates to the Department of Works. And we're talking primarily about technical officers, and we've just concluded one tranche of the engagement of architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, as well as building control inspectors, in addition to some persons dealing with the road crew. And these are areas that we will be giving focused attention to so that we can address the attrition that has taken place and also the critical demand within the Department of Works to really satisfy the requirement of its client ministries.
The chair recognizes Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Head 33. Item number 255-1314, unregulated communities task force. The 600,000. Well, the task force in its embodiment. What are the components, and how did the government determine that 600,000, at least I would assume in the first instance, would be sufficient, considering the amount of unregulated communities, not only in Providence, but indeed throughout the Commonwealth of Bahamas?
Yeah. In fact, 600,000 is really the beginning. It's not, it does not reflect the full need. Currently, and at the outset, the ministry has, along with other, because it's interministerial, we have presence in most of the islands already with our permanent staff posted on the various, at least most of the islands, which would be relevant for this particular project. But clearly, the resources will require more than $600,000. But to commence and get a dedicated focus group to develop the action plan, and of course we will have to go to and seek additional funding.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 33, 34 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried.
We're going to ask for a 15-minute suspension at this point, Mr. 15 minutes suspension at this point, Mr. Deputy. I can obtain a seconder.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended for 15 minutes. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended for 15 minutes.
That's a speaker.